lets you lock in your rate for 90 days, so if rates go up, you're protected. Or if rates go down, Churchill will drop yours automatically. And Churchill will back your offer with a $10,000 seller guarantee. So if your loan falls through, the seller still gets paid. That's how confident Churchill is. Plus, when you shop as a Churchill certified home buyer, it's stronger than pre-approval. It makes you look like a cash buyer, which makes your offer rise to the top. So don't let this moment pass you by. Go to churchillmortgage.com to get started today. That's churchillmortgage.com.
This is a paid advertisement. Homebuyer Edge and Seller Guarantee are available for qualifying borrowers and select loan types only and are not available in all states or locations. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Equal housing lender.
KTAR-FM Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. An investigation underway in the area of 67th Avenue and Van Buren in Phoenix, where there are reports shots may have been fired. Don't know the exact nature of that investigation. The DEA has told KTAR News this is a fluid situation. We will bring you more information as we get it on that. The Guthrie family now offering a $1 million reward for any information that leads to the return of their missing mother, Nancy. In a video on social media, Savannah Guthrie says her family is still hopeful. In the same video, she also announces a donation of $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support.
Keep it here on KTAR for the latest on the Guthrie investigation. A full timeline at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Tonight, the president will address the nation in his State of the Union address, something many Democrats are missing, including several Arizona lawmakers. Matt Grodzki, Democratic strategist, tells Arizona's Evening News how much impact the State of the Union address will have on midterms.
But I don't think that the State of the Union, by and large, is going to have a big bearing on what voters decide to do come November. I just think there's too much time and too much that's going to happen between now and then.
Meanwhile, President Trump's State of the Union address coming at a pivotal time in his presidency, according to former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. Salmon joined the Mike Broomhead Show, says, as of late, the president has spent a lot of time on foreign policy, but he needs to continue to put his efforts into improving the economy.
Most of the things that he's been encountering in the last several months have been international issues. And it's taken him, his attention away from the domestic policy, and he's going to have to focus on that.
Now, Salmon says there is good news on the economy, such as falling gas prices and decreasing inflation. You can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight, starting at 7, right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. And be sure to tune in tomorrow morning to Arizona's Morning News for reaction to the address. Our guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly.
Quite frankly, it's been very traumatic, mentally, physically.
A man who says he was intimidated into dropping out of an election has filed a federal lawsuit. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center with the story.
Former candidate for Apache County School Superintendent Fernando Madrid was running for office in 2024, but says he left it behind after having a clipboard knocked out of his hands, rocks thrown at his house, and more in a 3-week period. The allegations are against Madrid's former incumbent opponent's husband, then Apache County Attorney Michael Whiting, and 2 other members of his office.
You've got an individual that took an oath, to protect people, and he did the opposite.
And Whiting also facing criminal charges related to the allegations and left office in 2024. Madrid's lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition his First Amendment rights were violated. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A new lawsuit against the White House from Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays.
Against the Trump administration, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the CDC over their needless, confusing, scientifically unsound, and unlawful revision of America's immunization schedule.
Arizona and California leading this lawsuit, accusing the defendants of actions that will lead to higher rates of infectious disease, resulting in greater strain for the healthcare system. We'll have much more on this throughout the afternoon. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closing up 370 points. It's a 0.75% gain on the day today. The Nasdaq up 236 points, and the S&P 500 finishing 52 points to the good today. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's get a check on traffic now. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Glendale with a wrong-way driver spotted on the Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound Union Hills Drive on-ramp. Phoenix with a crash blocking the intersection. I-17 northbound near Yorkshire Drive, and looking towards Surface Streets. Phoenix with a crash on Bell Road and Central Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll see a few clouds out there this afternoon, 86 degrees. That is our high for the day today. Clouds tonight dropping back to 57 by morning. Mostly clear on Wednesday with a high of 88 degrees. And we see the 90s arrive for the end of the week. Mostly sunny skies Thursday and Friday. A high of 91 on Thursday. We'll have 92 degrees for a high on Friday. We do see some sunshine out there right now. 81 degrees right now in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 1.
Yes! Hour number 1 on a Tuesday. A lot of people say it's the best of the hour.
Look at you, very chipper today.
Chipper, bright-eyed,
very
bushy-tailed.
happy, yes, very good stuff.
Well, it could all still go to hell, Gatos. Don't worry. I'm cautiously pessimistic.
Yeah, there's no way that our country is going to be able to get along after what happens tonight. You can hear all the festivities at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right here on the big news station.
Yeah.
We'll bring you the State of the Union.
We'll touch on that a little bit later. How's that, Gatos?
Both sides will embarrass themselves tonight.
But I have a question.
The Supreme Court's going to get ripped in front of the whole country.
In front of everyone. Well, they are an embarrassment to their families. After the violence that we've seen in Puerto Vallarta, also Guadalajara, should Americans be canceling their trips south of the border? We say that kind of rhetorically because we know some people are, Gato. Some people are genuinely concerned, and I think context matters.
Where are you going?
It absolutely depends on where you're going.
Mexico is a big place.
Yeah, it's large.
It's huge.
And
it's large.
A problem in one part of Mexico doesn't mean there's a problem in all parts of Mexico.
And let me be the first to say this. I thought that was always the case.
What do you mean?
Like, years and years ago, I know Mexico's big. I get it. But here's something that happens in Mexico.
And you're like,
well, the whole country goes to hell.
Hell in a handbasket.
Right. And that's not the case. No. We talked about a story a couple of years ago of a woman who decided that she wanted to get some plastic surgery. And what did she do? She went across the border from Texas, into, I don't remember the exact part.
It was a small little town, and she was going for, for cheaper medical.
Her car got shot up. I think she was killed. Somebody
had family members with her.
Dead. And so I went and I looked it up. And this certain place in Mexico is on the top 10 list of most dangerous places in the world.
Okay.
And it was like Afghanistan, some like Kabul.
Right, literally. You're not exaggerating.
No. Yeah. No, and it's like, like there are parts of Mexico that you should never even think about going to.
Agreed.
And so, is Puerto Vallarta one of them? Well, historically, the answer is no. There are Americans who go and they move there and live there. It's a pretty safe place. But if you want to go to Acapulco, you could get killed.
Oof.
Now, in the 80s, that was the place to go.
I seem to remember that was the American vacation land was Acapulco.
Right.
I remember my dad went to Acapulco.
Yeah.
They had like conferences, meetings in Acapulco.
But, a lot of people.
Sounded very fancy.
It sounded very fancy. You
day.
can't go there now.
Okay.
You can't go there now. Cancun is not as safe as it used to be, even though a lot of Americans go there. And what you're told is kind of stay on the property. You might not want to venture out. But the thing that I get now every day is, well, Gatos, you love Rocky Point. You're not going to go there anymore. And I said, why don't you do a Google search? How far is Puerto Vallarta to Rocky Point, Mexico?
Ooh.
Because, we call Rocky Point Arizona's beach.
Right.
There are people in Arizona.
How long does it take? I'm not being silly here. If you leave Central Phoenix right now, how long does it take you to drive to Rocky Point?
3.5 hours.
It's 3.5 hour drive. Okay.
Super easy drive, too.
Got it.
But and people go, well, you're going to cancel going to Rocky Point. No, I'd go today. It's 1,000 miles away from the violence that took place in Puerto Vallarta.
Can I tell you something? And you're not my only friend who visits Rocky Point.
Yeah.
I called my buddy Jerry today. I said, how are you? He goes, I'm on the beach in Rocky Point.
Yeah.
And I was like, really?
Yeah.
I said, do you have any concerns? Not a one.
Not a one.
And he says, now, I did send my sister down ahead of time. I made her go down a day early and told her, call us if you get there safely. She did, so we're down here now. No, but he said, listen, the reality is places like Rocky Point is 100% dependent on American tourists.
Yes.
They don't make anything in Rocky Point. There's no factory. And so everybody, including, dare I say, criminal gangs who probably exist in and around Rocky Point, have a vested interest in not screwing this gravy train up.
Yeah. I mean, remember when Biden broke the border and let everybody in? And they shut down the Mexico border,
the crossing,
especially from Lukeville.
Lukeville, that was
the Lukeville port of entry into Rocky Point. And everyone was wondering, well, why are we doing this? What is what? There were other people that said, hey, there's another way to get to Rocky Point. I don't remember what it was, but it's a different way. Don't take that way. I don't hear good things about that way. I hear a lot of potholes that way. I hear that most people don't travel into Rocky Point that way.
Okay.
So you know what? If you've never done that, don't go that way.
Right.
If you're going to go to Rocky Point, you always go to the Lukeville port of entry. Always, 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 always. That's the way to get into Rocky Point. But I'm reading today, that, they have the condos, they've got the hotels, and people go. So there have been like almost 100 cancelizations.
People canceling their trips or spring break, whatever it might be.
Right, because, and if you're going to Rocky Point, don't go when the kids are going in March.
Don't go during spring break.
Absolutely not.
It's bedlam.
It's bedlam because remember, the drinking age there is 18.
The drinking age is old enough to walk up to the bar, by the way, in Mexico. I hate to break that.
So like a
to
big condominium resort, encampment resorts, 80 canceled reservations since this happened. And so, listen, I get it. When you hear about violence in Mexico,
sure.
And I was guilty of this many years ago. You think, well, that's all of Mexico. And that's just not the case.
Well, think about this. This is having global impact like it did on the United States. You may know we have a World Cup coming up. Mexico, the United States, and Canada are the three host countries. You have Europeans, South Americans, people in Asia saying, first off, a couple weeks ago, is it safe to go to the United States?
Right.
And now, is it safe to go to Mexico?
Yeah.
Like, where can I go? Because it's the headline on the news. They're afraid to go to a soccer game because of what's happening in these very specific areas.
Yeah. You always have to be careful no matter where you go.
Okay.
If you're in another country, don't be stupid. Follow their rules. And
dress the part, wear a big sombrero
no.
and a poncho. That's not how you do it.
Well, listen, when I go to Puerto Penasco, when I go to Rocky Point, there are signs that tell you how fast you can go in the little town. And it's basically
it's called a speed limit,
20
right?
kilometers.
Oh, what's a kilometer?
20, yeah, it's basically like the same as almost, it's very close. You go that speed limit.
That's the speed limit.
Not one over. Not if you want to go fast, you'll get pulled over.
You're going to have
if
a
you want to roll a stop sign, you'll get pulled over.
Right.
But
you're in a foreign country. Play by the rules.
You got to play by the rules because you're not. That's their rules. That's their rules. So you've got to go with their rules. And if you don't go with their rules, you'll get pulled over. You'll get a ticket.
Well, again, and
it's not comfortable.
No,
you don't have to do that.
Talking to my friend who's literally down there right now, I wanted to get a better sense of people who he spends a lot of time down there, owns businesses down there, takes his grandchildren down there. You know what I'm saying? He goes, I wouldn't do any of that if I thought it was unsafe in any way, shape, or form. I don't have to.
That's what I say all the time.
He goes, I don't have to do this.
Why would I take my wife down there if I thought it wasn't
if you thought
safe?
it was dangerous, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, there are dangerous parts of Mexico. There's no question about it. I already forgot.
I'm sorry.
Where was the crime again?
The violence? Puerto Vallarta and Guadalajara.
Puerto Vallarta is super safe. There was an incident. Okay, I get it. There was definitely an incident. But if you're going to say...
But that's like saying Minneapolis is unsafe.
Correct.
Right?
I think for the month, yes, it was unsafe, and I wouldn't have gone to Minneapolis.
There were reasons
in that
not
month.
to go. Yeah,
There are reasons not to go. So you always have to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But like people always, I talk to people all the time that say, "I'll never go to Rocky Point. I never go to Rocky Point." Fine, don't go. Don't go. Because you have to feel safe. The first time I went there, I didn't feel safe.
You had to learn the way, kind of, if you will.
And you have to do it one. Like, here's a great. Can I read this great example? There's someone from that is quoted. So we said that 80 hotel reservations were canceled. So this one guy, he compared canceling Rocky Point travel because of violence in Puerto Vallarta, 1,000 miles away. He compared that to canceling plans to visit Portland, Oregon because of safety risks in San Diego.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Not right.
The two West Coast cities are
1,000 miles apart.
Similar distance as Puerto Penasco, Rocky Point, and Puerto Vallarta. It's 1,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So, but people don't know that, and they hear Mexico.
I would tell you, I'm going to throw a caveat in, and this isn't me arguing with you. This is me,
I like the argument.
No. This is just me. I still think there is is it mythology? I don't know if that's the word I'm thinking of, that we have built these drug cartels up to these bloodthirsty, heavily armed maniacs roaming the streets of every Mexican city. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm painting with a broad brush. It's not fair.
Sure, they're dangerous.
But some people, that's their impression of Mexico, of all of Mexico.
Yeah, all of Mexico is different in every city. There's no way I would bring my kids. It's funny because a couple of years ago, I told my dad, I said, fly out to Phoenix. We're going to go to Mexico. And he never wanted to do that.
Right.
And so he did it. And then we made, by the way, he thought seeing the Border Patrol was really cool. I thought that was funny because he hears all about it.
That's the part. He like crossing into Mexico.
There's the Border Patrol.
Patrol.
Hey, thank you guys. Thanks for what you're doing. It was very funny. But we crossed in and he was wondering how it would be.
Sure.
And, if you just follow the law and you don't do something stupid, you're going to be fine. And he couldn't believe how safe it was, how different he thought it would be.
Can I say, like, how Americanized it is? Is that safe to say? Am I being
so many Americans there? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I got to tell you, it's one of my favorite places on the planet.
All right.
And I go down all the time.
And
just because you think that there was violence in one part of Mexico, that there'll be violence in Rocky Point, Mexico. It's just not the case.
Right. That's not it.
Now, one day, who knows?
Sure.
You never know. But that is a very sleepy kind of fisherman's town.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like this little part of Mexico, and it feels like there's a bubble around it, that nothing bad is going to happen there. And they said that the one thing about breaking the law, the biggest crime there is just a break-in to a business or a break into a home.
I thought maybe public drunkenness on the beach might be the big crime
from
there.
Americans.
Yeah, from American standpoint, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's it.
Yeah.
Did somebody get kidnapped there? Maybe once. I don't know.
It's not a violent city.
It is not a violent city.
That's fair.
So you just can't paint with a broad brush when it comes to Mexico.
I think we've tried to do a good job of that. All right. Check of the headlines are on the way. Look at that. Big Bill. He's in today. Going to get you up to speed with everything you need to know. Also, shout out to everyone listening in Sun Lakes, the Sun Lakeans. Thank you guys so much for listening. Sun Lakes, there's your shout out. Up next, could you win or lose the lottery on a technicality? Oh, that would suck. We're going to talk about it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated. And with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
KTAR. News Flash.
At 2:18, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. An interaction involving a suspect and a Phoenix police officer leaves that suspect dead, the officer recovering. We're told it happened last night in the area of 15th Avenue and Atlanta. That's where officers were called after witnesses say a man pointed a gun at his daughters. An officer eventually tackled the man to the ground, the suspect's gun going off as they fell, striking both. The suspect died a short time later. The officer is expected to recover. All of our top stories coming up at 2:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And right now we are seeing the sunshine, 81 degrees in Gilbert. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. We'll have a response to the State of the Union from both sides of the political aisle, including Senator Mark Kelly at 7:14 tomorrow morning. Join Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the radio and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, and don't forget tonight, KTAR bringing you live coverage of the State of the Union at 7 p.m. You can hear it all right here on the app, KTAR.com, or, of course, on air, 92.3 FM. Yes.
Yes or no?
Ooh.
Trump goes after the Supreme Court sitting in the front.
100% yes. It's going to be the airing of grievances, as usual.
Are you sure he's going to go after them?
Oh, yeah. He'll make a remark about them.
Is it going to be rude and snarky and mean? Is he going to call them out? Is he going to try and embarrass them?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I hope not.
As well as the radical leftist Dems. He's going to talk about the election that he thinks he won. You know. Standard.
I was talking to Broomhead today for the Q&A.
He's going to be 2 to 2.5 hours. He's going to get all the grievances out.
Broomhead and I were on the same page. Please don't go after the Supreme Court.
Well,
I don't want to see that.
I appreciate that you keep thinking he's going to be better than you think.
I don't know what he's going to do. I didn't say that.
I think it's wonderful. It's cute.
It's not cute.
I think it's kind of cute.
I can hope.
Yeah,
absolutely. I just don't want to see that.
Dream the dream, Gatos. Dream the dream.
You know what? If they do that, why don't they just walk out? If you're a Supreme Court justice and you get berated by the president, guess what I'm doing?
Yeah.
You're not my boss.
No.
I'm walking out.
Yeah. Well, he thinks he's their boss.
I know that.
So we have a bit of is this full-blown scandal? And it's all happening at a Circle K, and it's all about a $12.8 million winning lottery ticket. We got to go to the Circle K at 56th Street and Bell Road. All right?
Yes.
That's where our story begins.
And the lawsuit begins.
The lawsuit claims that a customer walked into this Circle K off 56th Street and Bell Road to buy multiple tickets for the pick, where you hope the 6 numbers on your ticket will match the 6 selected in a drawing. Well, a ticket that the customer didn't end up buying was the winner, and the suit alleges that an employee swooped in the next day off the clock to grab it.
So the way that I understood it is this one person said, set aside 60 tickets for me. I'm going to pay for the 60 tickets and only bought 40.
Didn't buy them all. Right.
So then, okay.
So they'd already printed these tickets.
Correct.
They're just sitting there. Okay.
All right. And then what happened?
The chairman of the Arizona Commerce Committee, Jeff Wenninger, tells me it'll be interesting to watch this one play out in court.
Nobody's ever heard of anything happening like this ever.
It happened on November 24th, and now Circle K is taking it to courts. According to this complaint, a clerk printed $85 worth of tickets. The customer only ended up buying $60 worth at $1 each. The remaining 25 tickets were set aside and not sold to any other customers. The next day, store manager Robert Galitza realized one of the leftover tickets hit the jackpot. He clocked out, took off his uniform, and had an employee ring him up with a receipt for all those remaining tickets.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
God bless him.
While playing Take This Job and Shove It.
Right?
Those remaining tickets, including the winner for $10.
So he knew there was a winner.
There's a winning ticket in this stack of unpaid for lottery tickets.
And so the question becomes, who owns the ticket? Does it just go as an unsold ticket, but it was printed? And honestly, I tried to look this up.
Yeah.
I think he's going to win the lottery. I think
he's in possession of a winning ticket, and there's no allegation that he stole the ticket.
Yeah,
he paid for it.
Right. How about the guy who didn't pay for all of that?
He's stupid.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, you left the $20 on the table.
You left the $20 on the table.
How you do that?
How much is it?
Yeah,
$12.8 million.
Yeah.
If you're the guy who clocked out and bought it, do you give
the ticket?
Do you give the other guy $1 million just to say, hey, it kind of sucks?
No, they get nothing. You get nothing.
You get zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, who owns that lottery ticket?
Possession is 9/10 of the law. I don't know. Maybe we have to ask Barry Markson how that works. But it is interesting because imagine, what are the odds of all the things happening that this tiny little stack of tickets that the customer was going to pay for, and then, you can see them going in their pocket. I'm a little bit short. Dude, I already printed the tickets.
Well, tough.
I don't know what to do. Okay, so I put them off to the side. The winner is in there.
The guy realized.
The manager's like, I got a winning ticket. Hold on a second. Let me take my jacket off. I quit. I'm buying these tickets.
That ticket's worth $13 million. Yeah. And he bought it for $10.
Yeah, that's a good return on investment.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we'll see where the story goes, but
it's crazy, right?
All lottery prizes must be claimed within 180 days of the drawing.
Oof. So Circle K is suing. Do they want the $12.8 million?
Probably.
Does Circle K think it's their money?
If a retailer accepts a returned draw game ticket from a player, and doesn't resell the ticket, the lottery shall deem the draw game ticket to be owned by the retailer.
Yeah, Circle K thinks this is $12.8 million in found money.
I think the law, as I see it, is behind the guy who paid $10 for it, and took his uniform off and bought it.
Boom.
Awesome.
And make sure to get me on camera.
Awesome.
Buying this ticket lawfully.
Awesome.
Here's my money.
It's awesome.
Give me the tickets.
Yep.
I'm leaving, and you will never hear from me again.
You don't know my name.
But boss, you're the manager. I quit.
Yeah.
Something else. Pretty crazy. So he might win, or he could lose the lottery on a technicality. It apparently... there's a lawsuit, and a judge may end up deciding this. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Big Bill's going to do that for us. And up next was Nancy Guthrie's abductor lurking around her place days before she disappeared. We're getting some new information. We're sharing it with you next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's the first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term.
It's likely the largest audience he's going to have ahead of the midterms, and it's a chance for him to sway skeptical voters. We know that he is going into this based on our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll with a disapproval rating at 60%. That's an all-time high during his second term.
Listen tonight at 7 for the State of the Union address, live from the U.S. Capitol building, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Hey, is your house looking faded and chipped and just tired? You know, when you pull up to your home and you pull into the driveway, is it one of those things where you look at your house and you're like, this thing's a mess? When's the last time you got your house painted? Hey, call the Arizona Painting Company. I would do it in February. Do it this month. You've got a few days left. And if you text the word paint to 620-620, you can unlock a very big discount that is certainly going to help your wallet. And by the way, the Arizona Painting Company is the best painting company in the state, ranked #1. What does the fresh coat of paint do? Well, it does more than boost curb appeal. Here's what's going to do. It's going to protect your home from sun damage, heat, and the wear before summer hits hard. When that monsoon rolls in, you want that big coat of paint to protect your house. Arizona Painting Company handles everything, start to finish. They make it easy, no stress, no shortcuts, quality work, always quality work. So to unlock the big discount that they're offering for this month only, you have to text the word paint right now to 620-620.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The D-backs face the Tigers on opening day, March 30th. Secure your tickets now.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Well, there will be plenty to talk about during President Trump's State of the Union address. Nearly half of Americans say they're most interested in hearing about economic issues. That, according to a Scripps News Talker research poll. But how the president approaches the topic remains to be seen. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce on the Start Here podcast.
It will be interesting to see the tone the president strikes. He hasn't been particularly empathetic when talking about the economy in the past, but he essentially, I suspect, will go out and argue that his policies are working and urge Americans to stay the course.
Following close behind, a tie between inflation and immigration enforcement is the next biggest issue for Americans. Listen to the State of the Union and the Democratic response live here on 92.3 FM at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app, all starting at 7 o'clock tonight. Arizona just one of 15 states, or is one of 15 states, suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the CDC over its new vaccine schedule for children. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with the details.
A January memo from the CDC stripped 7 childhood vaccines of their universally recommended status. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains how HHS Secretary RFK Jr. cleared the way for his agenda.
Kennedy fired all 17 members of the advisory.
We'll get back to Heidi. We're having some technical difficulties there in a moment or so. After concern of travel safety in Mexico with the death of cartel leader El Mencho, the Mexican government is saying the situation is calm, but has it? Former Border Patrol agent and current border security advisor Art Del Cueto joined Arizona's Morning News to share his thoughts on the situation.
How come I have friends that have been stuck there and they're telling them that they're probably not going to be able to get out till Saturday? You know, they have to save face and do something. Remember, they're on the verge of a couple of World Cup matches.
He added that the reality is the situation is very unstable. It is not safe to travel in many parts of Mexico at this moment. Let's get back to KTAR's Heidi Hommel now. We do know that Arizona is one of a number of states suing the Trump administration over vaccine schedule for kids.
Yeah, Bill, a January memo from the CDC stripped 7 childhood vaccines of their universally recommended status. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains how HHS Secretary RFK Jr. cleared the way for this agenda.
Kennedy fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, otherwise known as ACIP, the expert panel that has guided vaccine policy in this country for decades.
The lawsuit is asking the court to declare the new vaccine schedule unlawful and to vacate the ACIP appointments. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
AI seems to be taking over all aspects of everyday life. Now it's coming for your CarPlay. Tim Worth, tech editor at Mashable, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain how an AI feature in your CarPlay might actually be helpful.
You're on a road trip, you can say, hey, fire up a playlist or tell me cool facts about this region.
Worth adding that the addition of AI to CarPlay should be coming very soon. Let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. Another look at those roads this afternoon with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with debris blocking the right-hand lanes on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound at 19th Avenue. Mesa with debris on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Higley Road and a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 24th Street and Baseline Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Few clouds this afternoon, 86 the high today. Clouds tonight down to 57. Mostly clear tomorrow, a high of 88 degrees. We are seeing sunny skies right now, 81 in Chandler. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Reaction to the State of the Union address on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Outstanding. Guys, we appreciate you spending time with us. I'm Bruce, that's Gatos. We're on from 2 to 6 now. Outspoken from 2 until 6, Monday through Friday.
Well,
Thank you for joining
I told
us.
the boss, I said, listen.
What'd you tell him?
I can't be going home in the middle of the night anymore at 7:30. It's just too... It's
middle
too late.
of the night.
I got to get my beauty rest, and so, can we be on a little bit earlier?
All right.
2 till 6.
And here we are.
Here we are.
All right. We're learning some new information coming out of Tucson. And
Day 24.
Oh, God. I mean,
Day 24 of the search for Nancy Guthrie.
Really difficult. Kind of specifically, I think one of the big pieces we're learning is, do you remember the doorbell camera videos? And we saw camera videos, and everybody commented on, at one point, the guy's wearing a backpack.
Right.
At another point, he doesn't seem to have the backpack on. Well, what was going on? Well, it appears we're now learning those are from 2 different days.
The
In other words,
misinformation and the disinformation and whatever you want to call it from this case is just outrageous.
But what I take from it also is the guy was casing the place.
No doubt.
Right? Joining us right now, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. That's our buddy, Frank Milstead. Colonel Frank, thank you for joining us. I assume you're going to co-sign on that the guy was doing some recon, apparently, prior to the abduction.
Well, I would love to just jump on that wagon, but if you look at that one picture very closely, in my eye, it looks like the guy is a little bit more round-shouldered than the guy with the backpack, but that's maybe because the backpack's on. But I also think the tennis shoes are different. The second picture looks like there's a dark area around the side of the tennis shoe that I can't really see on the other one. So I don't know, but
fair.
I will agree with you in the sense that the communication, the lack thereof of palatable information is not coming out the way it should.
No.
So does this help the investigation? That 2 different pictures and 2 different times?
Well, I think the FBI will try to figure out if it's the same guy and validate your suspicion that the guy may have been casing. But the sheriff kind of came out today and contradicted that they came from 2 different days. So they need a public information officer that runs this show that takes care of this.
No, the sheriff needs to stand back I'll give you another example. He sent all that DNA to some lab in Florida.
It's a private lab or whatever.
It's completely backed up. All he had to do was send it to where the FBI sends everything that's important to Quantico, and he didn't do it. This sheriff is a disaster. I've kind of held my tongue. I've been, outspoken about he hasn't done a great job. I haven't gone so far as to say he's a mess. Guy's a mess. He is. I don't think they're going to find this lady, and I think it's partly because he's incompetent, especially at the beginning of this whole thing.
Well, there are 3 labs here in Arizona at Phoenix, Arizona DPS, and Mesa that all have the capacity to do rapid DNA.
Oh.
So I don't know what that issue is, but there's the capacity to do it here where it wouldn't even have to go to Quantico, and then they could just send that information to Quantico digitally to compare it to CODIS and compare it to local databases. The CODIS database, you hear them talking about a lot.
Yeah, explain that,
but
please.
There's a database here in Arizona as well that has people that were convicted of other things.
And is that in the CODIS database, and I've heard it discussed before, and I just want to be clear on it. This is a nationwide database of DNA that has been collected from people who have already been convicted of crimes or suspected of crimes?
Convicted of felony crimes.
Okay. And that's what it takes to get in the database, if you will. And you're looking for a hit. As of right now, they said none of the DNA they've found has hit on that. Are you surprised by that?
Well, and you think about the likelihood. You found a glove 2 miles away from the house.
Okay.
I wasn't real big on that to begin with, but I think the biggest development today is the reward that came up with Savannah.
Up to $1 million now.
$1 million.
Up to $1 million, and I don't know what that graduated number gets to, but if she said somebody knows, and I disagree with that statement. I think there's more than one somebody that knows. And if there's a number of somebodies that know what happened or where she is, where she's housed, buried, kept, whatever that case may be, that $1 million will be enough to make somebody crack, I think.
Wow. Interesting. Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, joins us. And it also makes you think, when we talked about this case in day 1 or day 2 or day 3, that report of how much money was, what was it, $100,000 or was it $50,000 or something like that?
The original, went from 50 to $100,000. Yeah.
Like, why don't you put up the $1 million right away? Was that a mistake?
Well, I think the Guthrie family put that money.
Right.
Well, I think it's tactical because if you do it right away, you're going to get a lot more erroneous tips than you would at $50,000.
Okay. Fair. Okay.
And then the other thing I think you look at is, do you want to make kidnapping a new business model for Southern Arizona by putting up $1 million when somebody's grandmother's picked up?
Yeah.
You just put a price on grandmothers.
Yeah. Well, and I think you can see the desperation in Savannah's video. Fair. And it's really difficult to imagine how she feels making this video, admitting that she realizes that she may have passed and gone on to heaven and has reunited with past family members, but they just were willing to pay $1 million for her body if that's what it takes. That's just a horrifying moment in anybody's life.
At 24 days in, and with what appears to be kind of a lack of new information, a trickle here and there, Colonel Frank, you've been in law enforcement your entire career. What does this say to you?
Well, there's 2 things, and I'm going to recant something that I said to you last week, is that I thought that the silence from the FBI was important. I thought they might have been onto something. But now I'm starting to believe that the silence from them is because they're having difficulties dealing with the county, or they're being told, don't come out in front. To me, the fact that the 2 of them, the head of the FBI here in Phoenix, the field office, and Chris Nanos, the sheriff in Pima County, haven't done a joint press conference where they actually take questions and have responses that people can understand. And if they say, hey, we can't talk about it, we can't talk about that, but let's at least get all that out instead of having these kind of impromptu one-on-one with local media. I just think that's ill-advised.
There are no clear leads, no suspects, no possible motives. One thing I did notice is that there are volunteers that are now going out in the desert and looking for clues. Is that a bad idea? You've got regular people going out there and saying, Maybe we'll go look
like
ourselves.
They found a backpack, which now they've cleared and said it wasn't from this, but they're literally combing the desert for garbage at this point.
Yeah, and if there's people that feel compelled to do that and it brings them some sort of solace to try to help, then more power to them. I don't know that they're going to find a lot of connectivity back to local governments in what they're doing. But, at the end of the day, if you find something, let's take it under advisement. But the thing for me still is I can't come to a logical conclusion. Burglary gone bad, kidnapping gone bad. What happened, but why take her? There's no reason to take her if you're not going to ask for money, and they never asked for money, and that's evidently clear now because they've offered this $1 million reward. So those early reports that there was money to put it in the Bitcoin and this and that, those had to be people that were just jumping on the bandwagon. Because if any of those were legitimate, they wouldn't have had to done what they did today.
Colonel Frank, appreciate your time, appreciate your insight and your professional opinion on so much of this. It's really valuable to us. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, good luck. Thank you for covering this. It's important that people keep it at the forefront of their mind. So if they do see something, they say something.
Yeah, 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any information. That's the number that they're using. Mike.
By the way, if you're the Guthrie family and you look at this Sheriff Nanos,
you got to be frustrated.
You got to be furious.
Well, but and
you have to be.
I don't know if this will ever come out. But if you remember, at one point there seemed to be some tension. Right. They were saying things. He wasn't saying that. He gave this kind of a cryptic answer to his relationship with their family.
He looks like Roscoe B. Coltrane from the Dukes of Hazzard. He looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. And then if you're the Guthrie family and you're like, oh, I'm watching TV. Wow, the Olympics are great. Hey, is that the FBI director Kash Patel getting drunk and pounding beers in the locker room of the men's ice hockey team? Oh, yeah, that is him. Yeah, it's the optics of it.
Optics are bad.
The head of the FBI on a case this big. I mean, I know he's not the one that's really working the case. He looks like an absolute fool.
Coming up next, you are doing fine, right? But why do you think the country's going to heck in a handbasket? We'll talk about that, the disconnect, if you will. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no-bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit NorthScottsdaleHyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If Applicable interest accrues from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:48, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. The U.S. House failing to approve a bill today that was crafted after last year's tragic mid-air collision near Washington, D.C., which would require all aircraft flying around busy airports to have key locator systems to prevent such crashes. The collision of an airliner and an Army helicopter killed 67 people in January of 2025. The families of the victims who died when an American Airlines jet collided with that Black Hawk helicopter strongly supported the measure, but the airlines for American Trade Group, the military, and the major general aviation groups that represent business jets and small plane owners, they back a competing and more comprehensive House bill, which was introduced last week. All of our top stories coming up at 3 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, we are seeing the sunshine, 83 degrees in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at Homes2X.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium March 6th through 8th with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Which President Trump shows up for the State of the Union tonight? Calm and composed or angry and unhinged? We'll talk with an expert tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Gatos, I saw some interesting information, and to me there's a bit of a disconnect, and maybe we can come to an understanding here. When you talk and when you do studies, surveys, and you ask people, how are they doing? About their, let's say, personal finances, their health, and happiness, the numbers are relatively stable. And by the way, this goes back decades, not just months, okay? But when you ask them how the country is doing, they think it's going to hell in a handbasket. They are doing okay. This out here is going poorly. Where is that disconnect?
I mean, listen, I think that when you look at politics in this country, and especially under Trump, who is, so polarizing, it's hard to look at this country and say, yeah, I thought the Minneapolis thing was fine. No, not many people are saying that. Oh, I thought the tariff thing was fine. Not many people are saying that. Homes lost $1,000 a year. And now, the Supreme Court says you can't do that. And what does he do? Well, I'm just going to do 15%, started with 10, now 15% hike on tariffs globally.
Yeah, but
that
people
hurts your wallet.
But they're saying, from taking that into account, they're still saying, yeah, we're doing okay.
But you can complain about that, and you can hate that, and you can say that is not good for my bottom line, but I'm still figuring out a way to live a pretty decent life in a great country.
I think along those lines that, and this is not this isn't new, like satisfaction, confidence in government, democracy in general has been fading. And again, not over months, over years. It's been going down, a constant erosion of our institutions. It wasn't that long ago, this will sound crazy to some of you kids out there, Like the Supreme Court of the United States was like one of the most respected organizations, institutions in the land.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and tonight they may get absolutely dressed down in front of the whole country at the State of the Union because Donald Trump thinks that they work for him, which there are 3 branches of government, and someone should tell the president that. He doesn't care, and he's going to dress them down in front of the entire country. We're never going to see anything like it. I hope he doesn't do it. But, back to your question, do you feel like you're doing pretty good? I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Do I like what's going on in this country? No, I don't. No, I don't like the leadership. No, I don't like it at all. I got big problems with a ton of the policies that Trump is doing. But I had problems with the policies that Biden had, too. Not to this degree, because I didn't think Biden was trying to steal democracy and flush it down the toilet. So yeah, I think you can still be doing okay, and then not like, the leadership. I mean, he's the most unpopular president that we've ever had. The polls are out there. This isn't just me saying that. He is
literally
as
every
unpopular as any president we've ever had.
Not one poll, all of them. He complained the other day that he goes, I can't believe they say I'm 40%. By the way, he's not 40% in any poll. He's below.
Not at all.
Every single one. He is 39 in one of them. He didn't get to 39.
He does have 39.
But it's down.
You can round up to 40, but you're still in the high 30s.
Still not 40. Yeah.
So I think it is frustrating.
But even though you're and again, people say, I'm doing fine. The country, though, hell in a handbasket.
Well, leadership is a tough thing.
Yeah.
And if you don't know how to lead the country, you shouldn't be in the Oval Office.
Yesterday, we talked to some of the movers, the heroes who use their moving van to block
the furniture movers,
to block in the vehicle and help rescue that little 2-year-old girl
From
that
Avondale.
had been kidnapped, right? We're going to talk to someone else who was there at that quick trip.
He may have noticed it before anybody.
I think he was the start of this. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Advanced Window Products. I want you to check them out, advancedwindows.com. Use my friends at Advanced Window Products. I've got all new windows in the house. What an upgrade. My goodness. I had builder grade windows. That's how the house came when my wife and I bought it 13, 14 years ago. And we looked at our windows and said, you know what? It's time for brand new windows. Looked at our AC bill. That's high. Why is it so high? Well, our windows were leaking air. You know, that window in the bedroom, I can't even see through it because it was discolored. We had the highest window in our house, 2-story house, right? Highest window in the house. Had condensation between the panes. Well, how do you get rid of that? You don't, unless you go get new windows, and now we've got new windows. Hey, couple more days. Great deal from Advanced Window Products. Mention Gatos, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-746-4280. This is a local family-owned company, and you can go check them out at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I was coming home and I saw them painting another house. So I stopped and I talked to the lady, and she just raved about how it looked. So I gave him a call.
Remember, Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
It looks very good, as a matter of fact. The process took a little over a week. So we live in a community where there's a homeowners association, and you have to go by certain colors. And the Rhino Shield folks says, yeah, no problem. Really good job.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would say that if you're looking for a class operation, an excellent product, and folks that want to make sure that they do the job right, then they ought to look at Rhino Shield.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, Former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. While the State of the Union is tonight, what do you hope the president focuses on?
More than 75% of Americans are interested in the State of the Union address, with two-thirds believing this speech is more important than in previous years, according to a new Scripps News Talker research poll. While that poll shows the economy, inflation, and immigration enforcement make up the top issues for Americans, it could be foreign policy taking up some of the spotlight. This according to political analyst Chuck Coughlin with High Ground, who tells Arizona's Morning News.
He's going to take a victory lap on the capture of the Mexican cartel member yesterday and how that's because they're respecting America again. He's going to mention Venezuela. He's going to talk about Cuba. I think he's going to talk about Iran.
This comes as the U.S. military continues to build up forces in the Middle East. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And you can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight starting at 7 right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Be sure to tune in tomorrow morning to Arizona's Morning News for reaction to the address. Our guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly.
They blatantly violate the First Amendment, and that's why we filed our lawsuit today.
A new federal lawsuit accuses a former Arizona politician of election intimidation. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Bill, the lawsuit stems from a 2024 Apache County race for school superintendent. Fernando Madrid had been running, but says he was bullied and harassed out of the race by his opponent's husband. That accusation against former Apache County attorney Michael Whiting and Madrid's legal team from the Institute for Justice saying today,
Michael Whiting, along with two henchmen on his county attorney's office payroll, launched a weeks-long campaign of intimidation and harassment against Fernie designed to get Fernie to drop out of the race, and it succeeded.
The lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition that Madrid's First Amendment rights were infringed. Whiting also faces criminal charges related to these allegations and others. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward
Tell what you know.
In a new video, Savannah Guthrie announcing a $1 million reward for information that brings Nancy Guthrie home. She says her family needs to know where her mom is, dead or alive.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived. Please be the light in the dark.
The Guthries also donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Keep it here on KTAR for the latest in the Guthrie investigation, a full timeline at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Another winter storm headed towards the northeast. Folks still cleaning up after the record-breaking blizzard that slammed that region with more than 3 feet of snow in spots. Thousands of flights canceled today.
We're talking about 1 to 3 inches of snow as opposed to 1 to 3 feet of snow, just like what we saw over the past few days. And it's going to be a quick mover, bringing snow showers all along the I-95 corridor. So this will make for a messy and slick morning commute at 7 o'clock on Wednesday.
That's ABC News meteorologist Brittany Bell. And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's February 24th. And back on this day in 1970, ABC by the Jackson 5 was released. At its release time, the song replaced the Beatles' Let It Be at the #1 spot of the Billboard Hot 100 charts. The Jackson 5, later known as the Jacksons, were among the first African-American performers to attain a crossover following. They first performed in talent shows and clubs and eventually signed with Steeltown Records. Michael Jackson was only 11 years old at the time, and he and his brothers were on top of the world. ABC is the second track on the Jackson 5's 1970 album of the same name. And not only was ABC #1 on the Billboard charts, it was #1 on the Soul Singles charts for 4 weeks. And as the title track to the group's second album, it sold 2 million copies within the first week of its release in the U.S. and more than 4 million copies worldwide. And it all happened back on this day in 1970.
All right, let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. Get from A to B to C with Enrique.
Thank you, Bill. Tolleson with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway. Westbound approaching the Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound transition. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60, Superstition Freeway. Westbound near Alma School Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Sunshine, 83 degrees right now in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Oh, many people will tell you hour number 2, best of the hours.
Yesterday was very interesting on the show. We got a chance to talk to 2 men these are moving men, right? These are guys
Movers.
who move you in and out of your house.
They carry furniture.
Yes, they do, and they're much stronger than we are.
There's that.
And they became part of maybe the biggest story of the week in the Valley, where there was a 2-year-old Avondale girl who went missing. There was an Amber Alert. And we talked to these 2 men yesterday who saw her at the QT.
Literally.
With her kidnapper.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided, you know what we should do? Like, that's the kid, right? That's the kid you saw.
Yep.
Let's move our moving trucks behind the kidnapper's car so they can't get away.
Jump into action, if you will.
Wasn't it amazing?
It was really cool. And they were great guys. And by the way, very humble.
Very.
They were very off-putting. And they even made mention. You know, some people inside the Quick Trip kind of alerted us to this. Said there was something odd going on. They were just there like stocking up for the day.
Right. On Sunday morning at 7 a.m.
Joining us now might be the person who started this entire chain of events.
And at the end of the day, may be responsible for saving the life of a 2-year-old.
Hear, hear. Ivan Moreno joins us right now. Ivan was at that Quick Trip that morning. And Ivan, I'm going to let you tell the story a little bit. You're standing around Quick Trip. You're minding your own business.
Yeah.
What caught your eye?
Nothing. I was walking out of the bathroom, and then I just seen some lady come in, and then she came in asking for the bathroom if it was open, and then she left and then came back in, and then when I was walking out, I just seen the little girl walking behind her, and then I just heard the lady turn around and say, "Come here, sweetie," and then I seen her braids, the little baby's braids.
Yeah.
And then she was just following her to the bathroom, and then I went out.
So did you notice the 2-year-old from an Amber Alert? You noticed the 2-year-old from a news report? How did you put, one
Two and
plus
two
one
together,
is 2?
yeah.
Yeah, so I saw it on the Amber Alert at first, and then when I got home, I had seen it on social media. So that's how I noticed her.
Gosh. All right, so you notice, you're thinking, oh my gosh, that's the 2-year-old kid.
It looks like it could be her.
What do you do next?
No, nothing. I went outside, and I was standing in front of my truck, and I was thinking, I was like, man, that looks exactly like her.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to call the scene in case it wasn't her,
Right. Yeah.
And so I was just standing out and waiting for her to come outside. So I was sitting in my truck, and then I didn't see her, but I really had to go. So I drove up, and I had seen the security just outside talking to some homeless. And so I went up to him, and I asked him, I was like, have you seen this girl? And he said, yeah, I've seen her. And then that's when I told him, I was like, she's in the bathroom.
Oh my
And then
gosh.
that's when he told me he'll check it out.
All right, so you told, the security guard that was there?
At the QT.
Yeah, it was a security guard outside of QT.
Yeah. And were you the first one that noticed this little girl and who she may have been?
Connected it together?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because when I first was in the QT, she had walked in and she asked the employees, is the bathroom open? And then that's when she left and then came back in with the baby. And none of the employees said anything. She was just walking like normal.
Like a lot of people go in and use the restroom there, yeah?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah,
We're talking again to Ivan Moreno. Thanks. By the way, I just want to give you credit, Ivan. Come on. Ivan Moreno, who was there that morning, like 6:30 in the morning or whatnot at a Quick Trip.
Yeah, I got there early because I don't stay on that side of town, but I got there because I was going to Flagstaff in the morning.
Okay.
And I got there at 6:30, and then I went in before and I came out, but I went back just to use the bathroom, and that's when I seen them.
Wow.
Hey, Ivan, did you notice the guys in the moving truck literally moved their moving truck behind her car? Did you see any of that?
No, honestly, I didn't see any of that because I was in the front of the QT and they were in the back.
Got it. Oh, so the lady was kind of, she was around the back, like I would say now, obviously kind of trying to stay undercover a little bit, trying to hide a little bit.
Yeah, she came into the back and she asked security, or not security, the employees, is the bathroom open? And that's when I seen her, and then she went back and then came back in.
And you didn't stick around to see how this whole thing ended. Is that correct? Because I was wondering, why didn't you stick around to see the whole thing? I would have stuck around to see the whole thing.
It's about to go down.
Is that the kid that I saw on the Amber Alert?
No, it's because I was in a rush to leave to Flagstaff, so I had just pulled up. And so I had told security, and I told them I didn't want to make a scene in case it wasn't her.
No.
So I left thinking that, I didn't know if it was her or not. And then when I was over there, 3 hours later, I saw that it was her.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Ivan, first off, thank you. Thank you for doing the right thing. Thank you for helping out. And obviously, you're a big part of making sure that 2-year-old little girl got home. Thank you for that.
Saved a life. You saved a
Appreciate
life,
it.
man.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
You got it. That's Ivan Moreno.
Wow.
Again, we talk about these Amber Alerts and these Silver Alerts, and we're like, it feels like a nuisance almost. Dude, it works.
It works.
I mean, here's a guy at a Quick Trip at 6:30 in the morning who says, hey, that little kid looks like the one I got the Amber Alert on.
It's crazy.
It fits the description.
So yesterday we talked to the two guys. There were 8 men in 3 trucks that were going to a job to move someone in or out.
8
moving men.
movers.
Right. And we had Kevin and Ralph in studio.
Yeah.
And so here's like when they actually decided, holy cow, that's the kid.
Dude.
We got to do something. Take a listen to this. These are the 2 moving men. When do you decide we're going to block the person who allegedly kidnapped the 2-year-old in?
We're going to take action.
We're going to do something.
When the whole situation with the security guard happened, I just automatically walked outside because I wanted to get their license plate just in case they took off. And then at least police would have that information. But that's when I noticed Robert, which is also another employee, he was driving off. Like I said, we all meet there in the morning.
3 trucks.
3 trucks, yes.
Got it. 8 gentlemen. Got it.
And So I noticed him trying to pull off to go do his job. So I'm like, hey, wait. I said, dude, did you get that Amber Alert yesterday? He's like, yeah. I said, bro, that little girl's in that truck right now. So I said, I want you to pull behind him so I can get the license plate.
So pull behind the woman, the kidnapper's car.
Yeah, because they were in like a Ford tan pickup truck, you know.
All right.
So, and our trucks are, 28 feet long.
Big trucks.
Yeah, so you're not getting around it, you know. So, and he's like, all right, and then he does. And as he's eating his sandwich, he's like, should I just block him? And I'm like, yeah, just block him.
All right, so that was from yesterday. Let me expand on that.
Those guys were awesome, by the way.
So there is video, because what Kevin and Ralph and the moving guys, there's video inside their truck.
Yeah, they've got cameras that look back at the drivers like,
So I got to watch the video of that today.
It's slightly funny.
It is slightly funny.
Right?
Yeah, because you've got you've got the driver, then you got the guy in the passenger seat, and then you got one other guy who is just outside of near the driver's side, and the driver's eating like a burrito or whatever it is,
his breakfast
sandwich.
Burrito,
yeah. And the guy on the outside goes, yeah, you should just probably go over and move that, move your car right in front, move your truck right in front. It was very matter of fact, because we did ask the guys yesterday who were here, weren't you nervous? They weren't nervous. They weren't panicked. They were calm as a cucumber.
Yeah.
And what a situation to be in.
Sure.
Where the stakes are high. You've got a 2-year-old's life hanging in the balance.
Well, and I think
they were just very calm and matter of fact. They're like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to move my car and make sure that she can't get out.
I think a lot of people wonder, how would I react in that situation? Would I have the courage to do something? Would I speak up? Or would I mean, because let's be honest, over that, 12, 18-hour period that the Amber Alert was issued till they found her, other people came in contact with them and didn't say anything or didn't notice anything.
I think that the interesting thing, too, is the kidnapper and the little girl, I think, were wearing the same clothes.
Still wearing the same stuff that was in the Amber Alert.
And
like
it was
pink pajamas.
Completely noticeable.
It really was.
And it was hard to miss.
Agreed.
But it's 7 in.the. You're going to a job. You're just going to get something at the QT, and you don't expect to save a little girl's life.
Be in the middle of this story that everybody's paying attention.
And isn't it interesting that not only Ivan, who just joined us, the eyewitness at the Quick Trip, he noticed the Amber Alert.
Yep.
The guys in the truck, they noticed. It was like everybody in that QT parking lot.
It was like a true crime expert.
It's like God personally sent the Amber Alert to their phones.
Yeah, and you can make an argument.
Here's where you're going to be tomorrow. You need to know this information.
The kidnapper went to the worst Quick Trip they could ever go to, because every single person there was like, dude, it's her. It's her. Yeah.
It's amazing.
They were all on the same page.
Thank God.
Checking the headlines are on the way. We've got Big Bill. He's going to do that for us. Also, a quick shout out to everyone listening in Fountain Hills. What's up, Fountain Hillians? Thank you guys so much for listening. Shout out to Fountain Hills. Do you remember the movie Revenge of the Nerds?
Absolutely. I think it was filmed here in Arizona.
It was filmed here in Arizona. And one of the stars of Revenge of the Nerds died today.
Yeah.
We're going to share some stories of that movie and some interesting things that we know about it because it was filmed in our own backyard. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
KTAR, News Flash.
At 3:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. A suspect and 4 other people dead after a sheriff's deputy responded to reports that a man was stabbing people outside of a home near Tacoma, Washington, that's south of Seattle. The Pierce County Sheriff's Office saying deputies initially responded to reports made today that the 32-year-old man was violating a no-contact order. They obtained a copy of that order, learned it was not valid because it had not been served to the suspect, and headed to the scene to provide it for him when they made the discovery. All of our top stories coming up at 3:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 16th Street. Phoenix with rough road due to potholes on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound approaching Diamond Street. And Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
83 and sunny right now in Scottsdale. Conditions perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand, stay rent-free, full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Jim Sharp here on Arizona's Morning News Wednesday. Congressman David Schweikert gives us Republican reaction to the State of the Union and Democratic reaction from Senator Mark Kelly. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
So, we got a little bit of, I guess you could say some sad news if you think about it this way. Robert Carradine, who was the head nerd star of Revenge of the Nerds, died today at the age of 71.
Very sad.
Very sad. Been battling his own demons, right?
Yes.
But I don't know if a lot of people. Okay, first off, the movie's 1984.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, in case you didn't feel old, right?
I feel old.
1984. And I don't know if those of you that watched it realize it was filmed in Tucson. The University of Arizona was the primary set for it, and other locations around Tucson were used as the fictitious campus that they were on, where these nerds. A fraternity full of nerds,
right?
Wins over. Hey, you don't need to know the whole plot if you haven't watched it.
Yeah,
and I don't want to ruin it for you. Spoiler alert.
Well, I mean, it's part of your childhood a bit, right?
Sure.
I probably saw the movie when I was 10 years old.
Right.
It's still funny when you see it.
It was goofy. Yeah, it was not a serious film by any stretch.
And I remember part of the movie that I just thought was perfect was the dad of the head nerd here, right, drops him off at college. So I think they're sitting in the car, right? You've got dad sitting in the car, and you've got, Robert Carradine playing the head nerd.
Lewis.
And they had a little back and forth that was just, it proved they're both nerds.
Oh, you're smart, easygoing, get your father's good looks.
I mean, and part of the movie was just a laugh, how they outsmarted the jocks.
Yeah. All the cool kids.
And so, I don't know. I always liked the movie. I always thought it was a funny movie. And can I tell you a story?
You have a connection to this.
A little bit. So it's a weird story, but so probably I'm thinking 25 years ago.
Okay.
I'm sitting here at KTAR. I'm sitting out in the newsroom.
Minding your own business.
Minding my own business. I remember it like the year, like 2000 or something like that. And one of the producers, we were going to use E, comes up to me. And he goes, hey, you see that other producer over there? We'll call him D. How about that, right? E comes up to me and points at D, who's sitting over there. And he goes, so I'm watching TV last night.
Okay.
And I'm watching the movie Revenge of the Nerds. I go, yeah, it's a great movie.
Great movie. Really fun.
And E goes, D is in the movie.
He's in the movie. That dude right there, sitting in the office.
Well, obviously, because D was the biggest nerd I've ever seen in my life.
I can co-sign that he was a nerd in real life.
And so I laughed, and I thought I'm like, why are you going after him? He goes, you're not hearing me. And I said, what? What do you mean? He goes, I'm sitting, let me tell you again, Gatos. Yeah. I'm sitting at home.
Yeah.
I'm watching the movie Revenge of the Nerds.
Right.
And he is in the movie.
Literally.
And I say, I know. He would be perfect for that movie.
Right. Yeah.
He's a
central
total,
casting.
What a nerd, right?
What a nerd.
He goes, you're not hearing me. He's in the film. And I said, he's in the film? He goes, he's in the film. I said, okay, how do you know? He goes, I know this guy. And then I waited for the credits.
Sure.
And there at the end of the movie is his name.
His name on the credits is scrolling along.
Yeah.
What was it? What was his title in the movie?
Nerd.
He's got an IMDb page listed as a nerd.
And I go, so I went home.
I mean, he's quite, by the way, great casting.
Yeah. I went home.
Yeah.
Popped the movie in.
You didn't believe, you still didn't believe it at this point.
I went to the end. I go, oh my gosh, the guy that I work with was literally in Revenge of the Nerds as a nerd.
Perfect.
And so I go up to him and I go, dude, you were in, go to D. I go, E told me you were in Revenge of the Nerds. He goes, yeah, I was an extra. And I'm thinking, man, that's good stuff.
Of all the movies.
All the movies.
I was living in Tucson when they were filming this. And, you know, when they film movies, you don't know what it is.
Right.
And you certainly don't have any idea if it's going to be any good or you ever see it or anything. But they filmed a lot of it down at U of A using actual campus and things like that.
Because it was about college students and fraternities.
Yes.
And these nerds couldn't get in any fraternity.
No girls liked them.
No girls liked them, so they had to start their own frat.
So...
Lambda.
The Tri-Lambs. So
the Tri-Lambs.
Not to ruin the movie for you if you haven't seen it from 1984.
By the way, they were the only white people in the Tri-Lambs across the nation.
Yes.
It was a black fraternity.
It's a black fraternity.
Which was pretty funny.
Their fraternity house burns to the ground.
In the movie. Yeah, the athletes torch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a real fraternity house that really burned to the ground. And it is the fraternity that my dad was president of when he went to the U of A.
Come on.
And I showed it to him, and he was angry.
Oh, my gosh.
It was scheduled. It had moved on. It wasn't his fraternity anymore. It was actually a sorority house. And they were going to build a new house there, and they were going to tear it down. They went, whoa. Can we just burn it down first?
Oh, my gosh.
And so the AGR house, Alpha Gamma Rho sorority.
Your dad was a Tri-Lamb?
No, my dad was a Theta Chi. And that was the old Theta Chi house on University. Yeah, and they burned that sucker to the ground. And can I show you? My dad's name was in the sidewalk in the concrete for years. And then... when it became a new fraternity house, the new fraternity dug up the concrete.
That's too bad.
And I had speaks with them
I bet you did.
About destroying
tradition.
The history of the University of Arizona. I'm like, you can add to it, but you don't have to dig up the concrete.
No. It's a sad story about
losing Robert Carradine.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I do think, the younger generation knows him as the dad to Hillary Duff in Lizzie McGuire.
Yeah. There you go. Lizzie McGuire's dad.
I remember this.
You're smart, easygoing, get your father's good looks.
Classic. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting us share those stories as well. Real quick check of the headlines. And then up next, after the violence that we are seeing in Mexico, are you afraid to go south of the border? Are any of you canceling your vacation plans? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
It's the first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term. Will he talk about ICE operations in U.S. cities? The looming conflict in Iran? Will Trump speak on the economy, artificial intelligence, the Epstein files? Listen tonight at 7 for the State of the Union address, live from the U.S. Capitol building, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
A lot of people text me here or they'll email me and they'll say, tell me a little bit more about ARIA. I've got ARIA Dental Implant Center. I've got a family member who has broken teeth and missing teeth. And some of the questions I get are really good questions. One of the questions I get is, why the free consultation at ARIA? And what I always say is, and I've been told this by Dr. Joe, who is amazing and is going to take care of you. Dr. Joe says it's important to give you a free consultation so they can recommend the right option for you. There are different options for you if you have broken or missing teeth. Another one question we get all the time is, Gatos, you say that ARIA costs so much less than all the other dental implant places. The answer, what's the answer to that? Well, because they're local, they're here in Phoenix, they don't have the same overhead as the national chains. This is a local company. And Dr. Joe is as good as as there's ever been in this field. Basically, other surgeons come to him to learn best practices. The guy knows his stuff. So if this is you and you have broken or missing teeth, if this is a family member, tell him Gato sent you. Just go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Arizona and 14 other states suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over the CDC's new vaccine schedule. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the News Center to explain.
State Attorney General Chris Mays says a January memo removed 7 childhood vaccines from their recommended status.
That's why we are asking the court to declare this new vaccine schedule unlawful, to vacate the illegal ACIP appointments.
Mays adds Secretary Kennedy also fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, known as ACIP, the expert federal panel that has guided U.S. vaccine policy for decades. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
President Donald Trump preparing to go to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver the State of the Union address. The president saying it could be a long speech because, quote, we have so much to talk about.
The theme of President Trump's speech will be America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected, a reference to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. The president's expected to unveil several new measures to address affordability, including one negotiated with top tech companies. It will require them to pay more in electricity costs in communities where they're building new AI data centers. Electricity prices are up 6.3% in the past year, according to the latest government data. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
You can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight starting at 7 right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Be sure to tune in tomorrow morning to Arizona's Morning News for reaction to the address. Guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly. U.S. House failing to pass a bill that would have required all aircraft to transmit their locations while flying.
For more than a decade, the NTSB has recommended that the FAA require what's called ADS-B on all aircraft. ADS-B transmits the location and flight details of an aircraft while in flight, but now what was called the Rotor Act has failed to pass by one vote in the House. The Pentagon pulled support for the bill, which would have required all commercial and military aircraft to transmit their location while flying. The DoD initially supported the bill and then pulled that support. If the Rotor Act had been in place, the NTSB chair has said last year's mid-air collision between a military helicopter and a passenger jet near Reagan National Airport would not have occurred. Alex Stone, ABC News.
An iPhone safety feature drawing attention after 6 skiers were rescued from California's deadliest recorded avalanche.
Tim Worth, the tech editor at Mashable, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain how it worked.
Essentially, it's emergency SOS. And what that means is that if you're in a remote area or trapped in a disaster where you can't make phone calls, but your phone is on, you can still send texts directly to 911 via satellite.
He says if you have an iPhone, go to settings and search for emergency SOS. You can hear the entire interview with Tim on KTAR.com. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now, and Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Sun City with some traffic signal glitches reported on the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound, approaching the US 60 Grand Avenue transition. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near State Route 87, and Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy and 57 overnight, mostly clear tomorrow, high of 88, rounding out the week with highs in the 90s Thursday and Friday. Sunshine right now, 84 in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Reaction to the State of the Union address on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It's been pretty crazy watching some of the images coming out of certain parts of Mexico as members of the Jalisco New Generation cartel react to the killing of their leader by the Mexican government and are exacting some form of revenge against the military, police, etc., in areas that they control. And some of those are popular touristy areas like Puerto Vallarta. Guadalajara is a big touristy spot. But because of that, I think a lot of people have become concerned about going to Mexico in general, full stop. You've got spring break plans coming up, maybe summer vacation. Should Americans be worried to go south of the border?
I was guilty of this a long time ago when I moved to Arizona. You move to a state where you have a border with Mexico, and you hear all the bad stories. You hear all the the drugs, the cartels, the killing, the lawlessness, all that kind of stuff, the breaking of the air, and you think it's all of Mexico.
Right.
And I thought that for a long time. And I'll be honest with you, my parents thought the same thing back east.
Well, you see,
first time I said, hey, I'm going to Mexico, they go, are you crazy?
Right. Haven't you seen the news or whatever?
Yeah. Would I go to Puerto Vallarta right now? No.
Nice. Solid call on your part.
Yeah. Did I go 2 years ago and was it completely safe? Yeah. Would I go after this whole thing kind of blows away? Yeah. Puerto Vallarta is not a dangerous place. It's just not. There are Americans that move there and live there permanently for a reason. It's less expensive. It's beautiful, and it's safe.
Yeah, it's a retirement spot for a lot of folks.
I think so. Yeah. So I mean, different parts of Mexico will bring you different things.
Mm-hmm.
The big place to go in the 80s was Acapulco. And I remember, have you ever gone there?
I never have. But my dad's company used to have like a big conference there every year. So around the house, growing up as a kid, I remember seeing like these paperweights and like little plaques that said like Acapulco '84,
Right.
things like that.
I remember going on a trip with my parents. We went to Acapulco. I remember, as a little kid, and it was really beautiful. And now it's a place you can't go.
It's changed.
It has changed. When you if you want to Google dangerous cities in Mexico, Acapulco is at the top. And I remember it being so amazing, so beautiful, but the cartel has taken over.
Mm-hmm.
The major risks involve the cartel battles, the violent crime, and people don't go there anymore. One of the big vacation spots is Cancun. Cancun has gotten more dangerous as the years have passed.
Things change in Mexico.
Right.
And part of it is, I think there is I will admit, I pay way more attention to like Mexican cartels than I should. Colombian ones also. I like all the cartels south of the border. I'm interested in all of them. But depending on who has the power at any given time, think of it like mob wars, the Chicago Mafia versus the New York Mafia. Like, they weren't always at war.
No.
There were times that Chicago was perfectly okay.
Yeah.
And so was New York. And there was other times where you're like, this is a little cray-cray.
Yeah, I mean, anything could kind of go down the toilet. I mean, I remember my grandparents used to live in a place called Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, my God.
By the way, that was a nice place once.
It was?
Yes.
Really? Newark was?
Because we've all flown into the airport there. A lot of us have. That used to be a very nice place.
Newark. Yeah.
And it's not nice.
No.
It's
Things
not
change.
nice. Things change. So, like, a lot of people also, they always ask me, what about Rocky Point?
Okay.
Is Rocky Point dangerous? I was talking to a buddy in the newsroom over at the sports station.
Yeah.
And we were talking about what happened, in Mexico and in Puerto Vallarta. And he goes, what are you going to do about Rocky Point? Gatos, you go down there all the time.
You do?
Well, I said, Rocky Point's 1,000 miles away. It's 1,000 miles away. He goes, yeah, I still wouldn't go. And I said, well, have you ever gone to Rocky Point? No, it's too dangerous. I go, who tells you that?
Who told you that?
So I've been going for over 10 years. My wife's been going for 30 years. Never had a problem.
I have a friend that's down there right this moment. I spoke to him on my way in.
Yeah.
And he is not crazy.
Nope.
He is not a risk taker in that sense. He's a businessman. And he said, I wouldn't be down here in Rocky Point with my grandchildren.
Right.
If it wasn't safe.
Yeah. Arizona's beach. My wife and I go there all the time. Really interesting place because you can't fly there. Can't fly in there. Unless you're taking your own little plane.
I was going to say, some people have their own little plane.
Some people have their own little plane and they fly in.
So most people drive down
Most people are driving the 3.5 to 4 hours.
Okay.
It's the closest beach to Arizona.
All right.
Okay. And
I haven't thought of it like that.
It's warm. The water's warm. The beaches are as beautiful as any beach I've ever seen.
Okay.
And I just think it's that little slice of heaven where it's positioned so well if you live here. I'm not afraid to go down. I'm never afraid to go down. The one thing that I don't do is I don't drive. Like you'll crawl through the little towns.
Mm-hmm. Once you cross into the border, again, I'm learning from the Lukeville border crossing to Rocky Point. How long is that, the drive?
I think it's a little over an hour.
Okay.
So like 15, 20 minutes to kind of get to the main highway.
Got it.
Right? You crawl through the little towns.
Yeah.
And you literally should crawl through.
You're not exaggerating about crawling.
No. Crawl through the little towns. Don't roll the stop sign.
Don't
because they'll get you. They're going to want to get you.
Sure.
When you hit the highway, I've never seen a cop on the highway. Not a single time.
So, that's just not a thing they do.
It's not a thing because I forgot what they call this. It's like gosh, I can't remember. It's a travel-free highway. Basically, it's like we won't stop you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I forgot the word.
And I think part of that is, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that
hassle-free.
Hassle-free.
It's a hassle-free. It says it right there. Hassle-free highway.
That American tourism drives the entire economy down
Everything.
there.
And so I was reading today that 80 to 100 people have decided, at least at one resort in Rocky Point, to cancel. And that's fine. If you don't feel safe, don't go. What I can tell you is it's 1,000 miles away from the violence that happened.
That you're seeing on TV. Right?
Rocky Point is probably as safe as, I know people in Rocky Point that think Rocky Point's actually safer than parts of Phoenix.
Yeah. I'm sure if there's some statistic that can prove that as well.
Right. So you're not getting,
people don't feel that
that's
all the
okay,
time.
and that's fine.
Right.
But I mean, you're not passing. I'm sure there's cartel in Rocky Point, but they also know that if they harm an American,
that's bad for biz.
Trump is going to go after them like nobody's business.
Well, but listen, they're in business down there.
Correct.
Last thing they want to do is chase off business.
Correct. So
Sinaloa's cartel is not stupid, right?
No, they're not. They're not taking you. But again, should you drive at night on the 1 hour
like the
highway?
middle of the night?
No,
and stuff
you should
like that?
not.
You got to be smart.
It's Mexico.
Okay.
No, you shouldn't.
I
I
hear
wouldn't do it, and I don't do it.
Nor should you.
No.
So, Gatos, not everyone who goes missing wants to be found.
Have you ever heard a story like this?
This is pretty darn crazy. It sounds like a Netflix documentary. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to call my friends over there, the doctors, and I want you guys to go get checked for, low testosterone. I know you don't want to talk about it. I understand. It's a total guy thing. You want to feel macho. You want to feel like you've got it all. But some of you, right, you're feeling tired. You're feeling sluggish. You're losing focus. There's trouble in the bedroom. And you're wondering, okay, I'm getting older. I guess this is how this is the rest of my life. Go to Red Mountain and get tested for low testosterone. And get the results from the doctors at Red Mountain. See what they say. If you have low T, you're going to go and have testosterone therapy. And it's like the fountain of youth. You're going to gain muscle, lose fat, no more dad body. The gut is going to be gone. It's testosterone therapy. It is amazing. And you're going to feel like you have more energy. Your sex drive is going to improve. And you'll lose a little bit of weight, too. It's all good. And I'll even get you started for free. Waive the startup fee when you mention Gatos at Red Mountain. All right? Go get your testosterone checked. It's redmountainweightloss.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
It's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting your home year after year, do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KTAR. News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. A suspect dead, a Phoenix police officer recovering after an altercation yesterday. Phoenix Police Department tells us it happened last night in the area of 15th Avenue and Atlanta as the officer tackled the suspect, who witnesses say had pointed a gun at his daughters. They say the suspect's gun went off as the two fell to the ground. Both the suspect and the officer were struck. The man pronounced dead a short time later. The officer is expected to recover. All of our top stories coming up at 4 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Now let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Mesa crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near State Route 87. And Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium March 6th through 8th with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, I want you to go to KTAR.com and vote on the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. Will Trump and the Democrats behave themselves at the State of the Union? I should have just put no, but I put yes and no. Yes or no?
91 no.
93 no.
I got my finger on the pulse.
I can't tell you who's going to... Well, it's tough. I mean, Trump has the mic for 2 hours.
He says it's going to be a long speech.
Good for him.
Yeah, well, that's good for everyone because that's going to give you a lot of ammunition.
And I'm not particularly interested in watching all the ammunition.
It's going to be an airing of grievances.
How will the Democrats be rude? Will they boo him? I know some of them aren't going. Some people from Arizona are not going. So I don't think either can behave themselves. Remember, goodness. When Nancy Pelosi ripping the speech up in front of them. I mean, you know, Obama getting booed that one time, or you lie. It's disgusting. I don't even like to watch this thing.
It's performative now. It's just it's political performative art now.
Good. You guys
it's a reality show. Knock
you guys
yourself
have fun
out.
with it.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
I won't pay any attention to it. I can assure you that.
Yeah.
What if I told you that not everyone who goes missing wants to be found? There is a story of a North Carolina woman, a mother, who went Christmas shopping 24 years ago and never came home.
Yeah, it was December 9th of 2001. She went to a nearby Kmart. Well, you're not getting a good gift.
Ouch.
Anyway, she went to a nearby Kmart, and she never returned home. She had kids.
They never found her vehicle.
Never found
nothing.
Yeah.
Well, good news, bad news.
Yeah.
She's alive.
She is. She's safe.
She's well.
Oh, yes.
She went missing on purpose.
She left.
She doesn't want to be found. As a matter of fact, she told the police who figured out who she was, don't tell my family where I am.
Unreal.
This is a documentary waiting to happen.
There's no question.
A woman walked. Kids, I'm going to run down to the Kmart, do a little Christmas shopping. 24 years later, mom's alive?
So here's the question.
And just chooses not to be with us.
So here's the question. She's now in her 60s.
Yep.
Her kids are adults.
Yep.
Do you talk to mom?
Do you want to talk to her?
Do you want to?
Wow. I'm the wrong guy to ask. I hold grudges. So I would say if she doesn't want to talk to me after 24 years, I don't want to talk to her.
The curiosity would kill me.
Why did you do it? That'd be the first question. Why did you leave us?
So her daughter, here's the message, the plea. Mama, this is Amanda. If you see this, please know I'm not mad at you, and I just want to know you're safe. I wonder or you're still alive. I wonder if part of them thought she was going to disappear. I wonder if they thought she wasn't necessarily taken, that she just didn't want to be there, and she disappeared.
So I have lots of questions.
Oh, I know, right?
Is there fraud involved? Was there life insurance? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like at any point, was she declared legally dead or missing? Or do you just stay missing forever?
Well, there's a Facebook page about her.
Oh, they were dedicated to finding her. And they found her.
And she
24 years later.
She don't want to talk to anybody.
Pretend you didn't find me. Really?
Well, we had a local story that, not similar, but do you remember there was a woman? It was, I think she was gone as a teenager, and mom always wanted to know where she was. We looked this up, and they found her, and she wanted to stay with the person who took her. But they actually had a relationship.
Yeah,
and I don't think she wanted to talk to her mother.
No,
this is an Arizona.
It was
story.
weird. I remember that.
It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a crazy story. All right. Bruce and Gatos, we're here from 2 to 6. Coming up next, was Nancy Guthrie's abductor lurking around her place days before he kidnapped her?
Ooh.
We're going to dig into this. Outspoken. Stick around.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about something I actually know something about. How's that? Racing, for goodness sakes. It's going on this weekend at the new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande. The American Sprint Car Series is coming. It's the Sonoran Clash. They ran last Saturday and Sunday. They're running this Saturday and Sunday. We've got drivers from all over the country. As a matter of fact, I was just showing Gatos. Dale Earnhardt's grandson is racing. That's right. He's 14 years old, and he's fast, all right? And not to put a damper on things, but I will be racing Sunday as well. So I will be out there this weekend. Come on out and support it. Watch the best in Arizona take on the best from around the country. All right. Racing starts at 3 p.m., a little earlier than normal. And all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. That's centralazraceway.com. Come on out. I'd love to see you. Please stop by and say hi at the new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Ho, a fellowship-trained breast surgeon at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast surgeons collaborate with a multidisciplinary team to ensure the best outcomes for our patients. With appointments available within 24 to 48 hours, you can receive the care and support you need without waiting. Our convenient locations bring together all the services you need under one roof, making your journey less stressful so you can focus on what matters most, you. Trust Ironwood Women's Centers for your breast cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today for academic cancer care in a community setting.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Well, there will be plenty to talk about during President Donald Trump's State of the Union address. Nearly half of Americans say they are most interested in hearing about economic issues, according to a Scripps News Talker research poll. But how the president approaches the topic remains to be seen. ABC News Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce on the Start Here podcast.
It will be interesting to see the tone the president strikes. He hasn't been particularly empathetic when talking about the economy in the past, but he essentially, I suspect, will go out and argue that his policies are working and urge Americans to stay the course.
Following close behind, a tie between inflation and immigration enforcement as the next biggest issue for Americans. And, of course, you will definitely be able to hear that State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight, starting at 7, right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. You'll want to be sure to tune in tomorrow morning to Arizona's Morning News as well for reaction to the address. Our guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly.
Quite frankly, it's been very traumatic, mentally, physically.
A man who says he was intimidated into dropping out of an election has filed a federal lawsuit. KTAR's Ballin Overstol is live in the News Center now with the story.
Former candidate for Apache County School Superintendent Fernando Madrid was running for office in 2024, but says he left it behind after having a clipboard knocked out of his hands, rocks thrown at his house, and more in a 3-week period. And the allegations are against Madrid's former incumbent opponent's husband, then Apache County Attorney Michael Whiting, and 2 other members of his office.
You've got an individual that took an oath, to protect people.
and he did the opposite.
And Whiting also facing criminal charges related to the allegations and left office in 2024. Madrid's lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition. His First Amendment rights were violated. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Guthrie family now offering a $1 million reward for any information that leads to the return of their missing mother, Nancy. In a video on social media, Savannah Guthrie says her family is still hopeful. In the same video, she also announces a donation of $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support.
Keep it here on KTAR for the latest on the Guthrie investigation. A full timeline is at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. An interaction involving a suspect and a Phoenix police officer leaves the suspect dead, the officer recovering. We're told it happened last night in the area of 15th Avenue and Atlanta. That's where officers were called after witnesses say a man pointed a gun at his daughters. An officer eventually tackled the man to the ground, the suspect's gun going off as they fell, striking both. The suspect died a short time later. The officer is expected to recover. Some new data suggests men face an increased risk of heart disease. It's called for new guidelines, according to the Dignity Health's Dr. Nader Maki. The study released last month concluding that men are more likely than women to develop heart issues at a younger age. Dignity Health's Dr. Maki on what men should be changing.
It's never too early to start screening, number one, especially if you come from a family with men who have had a history of heart problems. And it's never too early to start a healthier lifestyle.
Standard procedure has men to begin screenings at the age of 40. Dr. Maki suggests that should start at the age of 35. Let's get now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center for a look at what's happening with those roads with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue, and Chandler with debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Ray Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Expect to see more in the way of clouds tonight, a low of 57 by the time Wednesday morning arrives. Your Wednesday looks mostly clear with a high of 88 degrees. Then we hit the 90s to wrap up the week. Thursday under mostly sunny skies with a high of 91 degrees. And Friday again under mostly sunny skies with a high of 92. We are seeing the sunshine out there right now, 84 in Goodyear. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you. Hour number 3, best of the hours.
The Nancy Guthrie case has entered day 24.
She disappeared on February 1st.
Day 24. And we got nothing.
No. And we have some new information that I don't know. How about this? I don't know if it helps or hurts.
Yeah. No leads.
No.
No suspects. No motives.
Do you remember when the FBI released images and videos from the doorbell camera?
And it was horrifying.
Right. Yeah. The masked man, backpack, gun, gloves, everything. But there were some of our experts who looked at it said, you know, at one point he comes up to the door and he's not wearing a backpack. At another point he comes up and he's wearing the backpack. Where did the backpack go? What was he doing? Right? People are asking that question. Well, now a source inside law enforcement, apparently inside the FBI, is saying they believe that those 2 images, those 2 videos occurred on different days. That the one of him with the backpack and the gun was the night of her disappearance. The one with him not wearing a backpack and doesn't have the gun strapped to his leg was from days prior, unclear how many days prior. So we asked Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. He's been one of our guys on the Guthrie case.
Yeah.
So the guy was doing some recon prior to the abduction. I don't think Milstead sees it that way.
Okay.
Take a listen.
Well, I would love to just jump on that wagon, but if you look at that one picture very closely, in my eye, it looks like the guy is a little bit more round-shouldered than the guy with the backpack, but that's maybe because the backpack's on. But I also think the tennis shoes are different. The second picture looks like there's a dark area around the side of the tennis shoe that I can't really see on the other one. So I don't know, but
fair.
I will agree with you in the sense that the communication, the lack thereof of palatable information is not coming out the way it should.
No.
So does this help the investigation? That now two different pictures and two different times?
Well, I think the FBI will try to figure out if it's the same guy and validate your suspicion that the guy may have been casing. But the sheriff kind of came out today and contradicted that they came from 2 different days. So they need a public information officer that runs this show that takes care of this.
No, the sheriff needs to stand back. I'll give you another example. He sent all that DNA to some lab in Florida.
It's a private lab or whatever.
It's completely backed up. All he had to do was send it to where the FBI sends everything that's important to Quantico, and he didn't do it. This sheriff is a disaster. I've kind of held my tongue. I've been, outspoken about he hasn't done a great job. I haven't gone so far as to say he's a mess. Guy's a mess. He is. I don't think they're going to find this lady, and I think it's partly because he's incompetent, especially at the beginning of this whole thing.
Well, there are 3 labs here in Arizona at Phoenix, Arizona DPS, and Mesa that all have the capacity to do rapid DNA.
Oh.
So I don't know what that issue is, but there's the capacity to do it here where it wouldn't even have to go to Quantico, and then they could just send that information to Quantico digitally to compare it to CODIS and compare it to local databases. The CODIS database, you hear them talking about a lot.
Yeah, explain that,
but
please.
There's a database here in Arizona as well that has people that were convicted of other things.
And is that in the CODIS database, and I've heard it discussed before, and I just want to be clear on it. This is a nationwide database of DNA that has been collected from people who have already been convicted of crimes or suspected of crimes?
Convicted of felony crimes.
Okay. And that's what it takes to get in the database, if you will. And you're looking for a hit. As of right now, they said none of the DNA they've found has hit on that. Are you surprised by that?
Well, and you think about the likelihood. You found a glove 2 miles away from the house.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't real big on that to begin with, but I think the biggest development today is the reward that came up with Savannah.
Up to $1 million now.
$1 million.
Up to $1 million, and I don't know what that graduated number gets to, but if she said somebody knows, and I disagree with that statement. I think there's more than one somebody that knows. And if there's a number of somebodies that know what happened or where she is, where she's housed, buried, kept, whatever that case may be, that $1 million will be enough to make somebody crack, I think.
Wow. Interesting. Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, joins us. And it also makes you think, when we talked about this case in day 1 or day 2 or day 3, that report of how much money was, what was it, $100,000 or was it $50,000 or something like that?
The original, went from 50 to $100,000. Yeah.
Like, why don't you put up the $1 million right away? Was that a mistake?
Well, I think the Guthrie family put that money.
Right.
Well, I think it's tactical because if you do it right away, you're going to get a lot more erroneous tips than you would at $50,000.
Okay. Fair. Okay.
And then the other thing I think you look at is, do you want to make kidnapping a new business model for Southern Arizona by putting up $1 million when somebody's grandmother's picked up?
Yeah.
You just put a price on grandmothers.
Yeah. Well, and I think you can see the desperation in Savannah's video. Fair. And it's really difficult to imagine how she feels making this video, admitting that she realizes that she may have passed and gone on to heaven. and has reunited with past family members, but they just were willing to pay $1 million for her body if that's what it takes. I mean, that's just a horrifying moment in anybody's life.
At 24 days in, and with what appears to be kind of a lack of new information, a trickle here and there, Colonel Frank, you've been in law enforcement your entire career. What does this say to you?
Well, there's two things, and I'm going to recant something that I said to you last week, is that I thought that the silence from the FBI was important. I thought they might have been onto something. But now I'm starting to believe that the silence from them is because they're having difficulties dealing with the county, or they're being told, don't come out in front. To me, the fact that the two of them, the head of the FBI here in Phoenix, the field office, and Chris Nanos, the sheriff in Pima County, haven't done a joint press conference where they actually take questions and have responses that people can understand. And if they say, hey, we can't talk about it, we can't talk about that, but let's at least get all that out instead of having these kind of impromptu one-on-one with local media. I just think that's ill-advised.
There are no clear leads, no suspects, no possible motives. One thing I did notice is that there are volunteers that are now going out in the desert and looking for clues. Is that a bad idea? You've got regular people going out there and saying, maybe we'll go look ourselves.
They found a backpack, which now they've cleared and said it wasn't from this, but they're literally combing the desert for garbage at this point.
Yeah, and if there's people that feel compelled to do that and it brings them some sort of solace to try to help, then more power to them. I don't know that they're going to find a lot of connectivity back to local governments in what they're doing. At the end of the day, if you find something, you find something, let's take it under advisement. But the thing for me still is I can't come to a logical conclusion. Burglary gone bad, kidnapping gone bad. What happened, but why take her? There's no reason to take her if you're not going to ask for money, and they never asked for money, and that's evidently clear now because they've offered this $1 million reward. So those early reports that there was money to put it into Bitcoin and this and that, those had to be people that were just jumping on the bandwagon. Because if any of those were legitimate, they wouldn't have had to done what they did today.
Colonel Frank, appreciate your time, appreciate your insight and your professional opinion on so much of this. It's really valuable to us. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, good luck. Thank you for covering this. It's important that people keep it at the forefront of their mind. So if they do see something, they say something.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to tell you, Bruce, I'm so down on Sheriff Nanos. I think he's terrible. I think he's blown it from the beginning. We've talked to people. He's literally got a beef with the FBI.
There is some tension.
He's not sending the DNA to the right places. Now we've got two pictures. He wasn't sure about one, and he wasn't sure about the second one, and then he said, no, this is wrong. He doesn't know what he's doing. And I almost feel like the volunteer searches are going to be better than Sheriff Nanos going and searching. And I don't feel good about saying that because I'm rooting for the guy, but he's a mess.
Well, there was a new video that Savannah Guthrie put out today announcing the $1 million reward. And it struck me through her wording and through her tone that they are at least prepared for the idea that their mother is not alive.
Right. And how do you have any faith in the two leaders who are investigating your mother's disappearance? One is Sheriff Nanos, doesn't know what the hell he's doing. The other guy is drinking with the U.S. hockey team and literally pounding beers in Kash Patel.
Yeah.
I understand he's not going to be at the forefront of this, but he's the director of the FBI, and the FBI is investigating this case, and he's drinking beers, pounding beers with the hockey team. I mean, it's pathetic.
Along those lines, and I don't know what you make of this, Brianna Whitney, our friend, the true crime expert over on ABC 15, she reported that the FBI is moving the headquarters, the search headquarters, from Tucson back up to the Phoenix office.
What does that mean?
They say they have more resources in the Phoenix office, but it strikes me that they don't think sitting in Tucson is necessarily doing them any good.
Or being around Sheriff Nanos.
Or that. Or that. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Also, a shout out to everyone listening in Tempe. Yes, the Tempeans. Thank you guys so much for listening. Tempe, there is your city shout out. So, could you win or lose the lottery on a technicality? Winning on a technicality, I'm good with. Losing it on a technicality, there's going to be some furniture moving. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
You know, I'm giving some of my friends the number to Sweet James. Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Had a friend from my softball team a couple weeks ago after the ball game. She got in a car accident. Her car is completely trashed. She was injured. Her husband was injured. They had to go to the hospital. And so when I talked to them, I said, listen, Sweet James Accident Attorneys, they specialize in car accident cases. I want you to call them. And that's exactly what she did. You need a good lawyer if ever, God forbid, you need one and you get in an accident. All right? They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. They are recognized among the best attorneys in America. I send my family, I send my friends to Sweet James Accident Attorneys. You have the insurance companies, and they often try to minimize or deny legitimate claims. Having the right attorney, you need a closer. You need someone that's going to go in and fight for you. And that's Sweet James. They're recognized among the best attorneys in the entire country. Go to sweetjames.com. Call 1-800-9-MILLION. 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 Sweet James. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:18, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona and 14 other states suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over the CDC's new vaccine schedule. State Attorney General Chris Mays says a January memo removes 7 childhood vaccines from their recommended status.
That's why we are asking the court to declare this new vaccine schedule unlawful, to vacate the illegal ACIP appointments.
Mays adds Secretary Kennedy also fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, the expert panel that has guided U.S. vaccine policy for decades. All of our top stories coming up at 4:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, here's Enrique Garcia. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a crash blocking the Fontage Road on the Durango Curve / I-17 northbound near Buckeye Road. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound approaching Bullard Avenue. And Chandler, we still have that debris lingering on the Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound at Ray Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Hey, a lot of people play the lottery. There's all kinds of different lottery games you can play as well.
Never played it.
I've never played the lottery
I've never bought a single ticket.
Can I tell you the thing I don't understand?
Sure.
You know when it gets to be like $1 billion, $700 million.
Yeah.
And you see people go, I'm going to play then. Really, at $100 million, you weren't going to play? Like, that wasn't going to change your life. $700 million. Okay, you got me now. Now I care.
Or the people like in your office that go around and say, hey, do you want to buy in some of the tickets?
No.
And we'll all split it. I've never done it.
No, because that would make me sick to my stomach if I had to split it with everybody at work. So, we have a full-blown kerfuffle.
It's good.
Happening, and it all has to do with a Circle K, a manager, and a winning lottery ticket. This is a crazy story, Gatos.
So it comes to the point of who owns the lottery ticket?
Okay.
Who bought the lottery ticket?
So what happened is a guy, a customer, a patron, if you will, comes in and purchases a stack of lottery tickets.
Right, like $85 worth.
He goes, I want 85 tickets.
Great, we print the ticket. I like
Here's
the sound
the problem.
effect. Nice job.
Customer reaches into their pocket. I only got $60. Okay, well, you're only going to get 60 tickets then.
Yeah.
They'd already printed the other ones, 25 extra tickets, so apparently they were just set aside. One of those won.
Yeah. One of those tickets won.
It's called The Pick, a daily drawing. Unbelievable. You had to match all 6 numbers. By the way, odds were 1 in 7 million.
1 in 7 million.
And
what are the odds of you leaving that on the table?
Exactly. And so the ticket is worth $12.8 million. So what happened to this ticket that, again, a customer allegedly was going to buy, didn't come up with a scratch, and it sat there. Well, the manager of the store,
maybe the smartest man on the planet,
Robert, looked at these leftover tickets, saw one of them was a winner.
Oh, my gosh.
And did what any red-blooded American would do. He immediately took off his Circle K shirt, okay, and his name tag. He plunked down $10 to buy the tickets that had already been printed and were sitting there.
Did he buy the one ticket or the all?
Bought $10 worth of them.
Well, might as well.
Okay, and walked out the door with a winning ticket for $12.8 million.
Is he allowed to do that?
Circle K is suing him.
All right.
His former boss.
Who owns the lottery ticket? Take a listen.
It is in the administrative rules that basically says if they overprint that the retailer owns the tickets.
Okay, if you overprint the tickets, which happen here, and they weren't purchased, the retailer owns it.
Circle K.
Circle K names that rule in the suit. The company wants a judge to decide whether the ticket was ever validly sold, who lawfully owns the ticket, and who is entitled to the $12.8 million prize. Arizona Lottery is named as one of the defendants and is aware of the legal action. In a statement, a spokesperson said, "This is a unique situation, and we are not aware of any prior litigation of this sort involving the Arizona Lottery."
Might be something after the court case is played out that we look at and say, okay, do we need this in actual law if a situation like this happens?
If you're Circle K, don't you look better by allowing this man to win it?
Let him walk away with 12.8?
Don't you? Circle K has millions and millions of dollars. They're a big company, right? Isn't it a much better feel-good story if it's not against the law?
Well,
he didn't break the law.
You see, what had happened was, are you then encouraging Circle K employees to overprint tickets and wait to see if they're winners before paying for them?
There is that.
I'm just saying, because that's the first thought that went through my mind. I need to be printing a lot of these tickets.
I don't know why they printed the tickets beforehand.
Well, okay, and I don't buy lottery tickets. Maybe somebody smarter than us can explain. But you go up and you say, I want $20 in tickets. And they print them out, or they,
And the guy said, I only got 60.
And then the guy did. Okay. He goes, "Oh, geez,
I thought he had more money.
I didn't bring all my money with me. I only brought $60.
I got it.
Instead of the $85 in tickets."
Okay. Oh my gosh.
What a weird number of tickets.
But there has to be a rule to where if that happens, who owns it? The way that I see it, no one owns it until someone buys the ticket, no matter when you buy the ticket.
Even if it's after the winning number has already been announced.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's printed.
I get it, but
I'm rooting for the guy. I'm not rooting for the big company. I'm rooting for the guy.
What does Circle K need with another $12.8 million?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Oh, my gosh.
I love the idea. They said he literally took off his uniform.
Love it.
Took the shirt off. Take this job and shove it.
Yeah.
I'm buying those lottery tickets.
I'm out of here.
And you will never see me again.
Boy, am I rooting for him.
Okay.
Maybe we should become friends with him, too.
It's not a bad guy to have friends, right?
He's rich, yeah.
$12.8 million.
Oh, my gosh.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Big Bill's going to do that for us. And coming up next, you remember the movie Revenge of the Nerds from the 80s? Kind of a classic in that era, in that genre of film. Well, the star of it died today. We're going to share some of our memories of Revenge of the Nerds, including some that tie right back to KTAR. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
It's the first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term.
The White House says President Trump in his State of the Union address will outline a, quote, ambitious agenda on the economy. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on Tuesday morning.
The president will lay out the case for why he and Republicans are better suited to continue tackling the affordability crisis that was created by the Biden administration and Democrats on Capitol Hill.
The president Monday said it will be a long speech because he has so much to talk about.
Listen tonight at 7 for the State of the Union address, live from the U.S. Capitol building, on air online, and on the KTAR News app.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit northscottsdalehyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest differs from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O Rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield, because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so stop painting and listen to your neighbor Scott about Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it, because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino! Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs single game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Tonight, the president will address the nation in his State of the Union address, something many Democrats are missing, including several Arizona lawmakers. Matt Grodsky, Democratic strategist, tells Arizona's Evening News how much impact the State of the Union address will have on the midterms.
But I don't think that the State of the Union, by and large, is going to have a big bearing on what voters decide to do come November. I just think there's too much time and too much that's going to happen between now and then.
President Trump's State of the Union address tonight comes at a pivotal time in his presidency, according to former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. The Republican joining the Mike Broomhead show says, as of late, the president has spent a lot of time on foreign policy, but he needs to continue to put his efforts into improving the economy.
Most of the things that he's been encountering in the last several months have been international issues. And it's taken him, his attention away from the domestic policy, and he's going to have to focus on that.
You can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight, starting at 7 right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Arizona, one of 15 states, suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the CDC over its new vaccine schedule for children. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with the details.
A January memo from the CDC stripped 7 childhood vaccines of their universally recommended status. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains how HHS Secretary RFK Jr. cleared the way for this agenda.
Kennedy fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, otherwise known as ACIP, the expert panel that has guided vaccine policy in this country for decades.
The lawsuit is asking the court to declare the new vaccine schedule unlawful and to vacate the ACIP appointments. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
After concerns of travel safety in Mexico with the death of cartel leader El Mencho, the Mexican government saying the situation is calm, but has it? Former Border Patrol agent and current Border Security Advisor Art Del Cueto joined Arizona's Morning News to share his thoughts on the situation.
How come I have friends that have been stuck there and they're telling them that they're probably not going to be able to get out till Saturday? They have to save face and do something. Remember, they're on the verge of a couple of World Cup matches.
Del Cueto adding that the reality is the situation's very unstable. It is not safe to travel at this moment. 4 people dead plus a suspect after a mass stabbing in Pierce County, Washington this morning. That's just south of Seattle.
When calls began coming into the Pierce County Sheriff's Office southwest of Seattle, callers said an adult man had come to a home in violation of a no-contact order, but deputies say that order had not yet been served, and when they arrived, they found the man stabbing multiple victims outside of the home. It appears to have been a domestic violence incident. A deputy arrived and fired shots. The stabbing suspect was shot and killed. 4 adult victims also died. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Let's take another look at those roads now with Enrique Garcia. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Cactus Road, and Chandler with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway eastbound near McQueen Road, and Phoenix, a crash blocking the Fontedge Road on the Durango Curve / I-17 northbound near Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Headed down to a low of 57 overnight, mostly clear tomorrow with a high of 88 degrees, mostly sunny Thursday, Friday, 91 on Thursday, 92 for a high on Friday. We are seeing the sunshine right now, 84 in Mesa. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand, stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Reaction to the State of the Union address on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Gatos, it's always difficult to have conversations about suicide and people feeling there are no other options. And while it affects a lot of folks, and I do realize that, this has been an odd week, at least for, I don't know if the term celebrity is right, but for some more high-profile people than usual. And it started over the weekend with news that former Cardinal player Rondell Moore, wide receiver, had taken his own life.
Yeah.
Really young.
He had a lot of talent. I saw some highlights of Kyler Murray hitting him with a couple of touchdown passes. He was very quick, very fast. It's just terribly sad that you feel like that's the only way out. It's just terribly sad.
Yeah. I mean, 26 years old, 25 years old. I mean, young.
Remember last year there was a Dallas Cowboy who also took his life in the NFL. And, within the NFL, you think, is it depression?
Is it CTE, the brain injury?
Yes.
Is it trouble dealing with the fact that you're not a professional athlete anymore? The game you've been playing maybe since you were a little kid, you don't play anymore.
It could be, and you don't know. And it could certainly that could deal into the depression. Martin Short's daughter took her life, I think, over the last day or so.
Yeah.
Not that she was famous, but Martin Short is famous, but she also was, how old, do you know how old
42
she was?
years old.
Oh, gosh.
42 years old, died by self-inflicted gunshot. And Martin Short's been through a lot.
Yeah, his wife died, I remember.
Oh, that was a huge thing. And yeah. Wow. And then we learned today that Robert Carradine of the acting Carradines, brothers David, star of Revenge of the Nerds, 1984 hit movie, was also Lizzie McGuire's dad on the Lizzie McGuire Show, took his own life at the age of 71.
Wow.
That happened today.
A lot of different ages there, man. 20s, 40s.
Yeah.
And 70s.
It doesn't care. It doesn't discriminate based on your age, your wealth, your fame, anything like that.
Yeah, because isn't it interesting when I heard about Rondell Moore, young, and I'm thinking, okay, he died. Goodness, I think he probably took his life. When I heard about Robert Carradine, I'm like, he's got to be in his 70s.
Right.
Gosh, I wonder what happened.
Yeah.
And then I looked into it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's 70 and he did that.
Right.
Awful. It's just awful.
And I realize we're at the point, we've had this conversation a couple times, where some of the actors or musicians of maybe your childhood, maybe growing up, your high school days, whatever, your formative years, are starting to pass away. And Revenge of the Nerds, there's a lot of interesting stories around this movie. 1984 is when it came out. Genuinely funny movie.
Very funny.
Set on a college campus where all the nerds in school basically start their own fraternity because they can't possibly get into any of the cool guy fraternities, and hilarity ensues.
Yeah, lambda.
Tri-lambs.
Right.
And it was filmed in Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah.
It was filmed at the U of A, as the campus they used for their the set.
The funny thing about that movie was that they had the classic pocket protector.
Oh,
they had the glasses
on the
tape
nose of your glasses.
Right. They looked and sounded like nerds, like this clip.
Trying not to break too many hearts, huh, Lewis?
So this is this is Lewis, who
played
by
Robert Carradine.
This is his dad dropping him off at college.
There you go.
Trying not to break too many hearts, huh, Lewis?
Pump him up.
That hasn't been a real problem yet, Dad. Oh, come on. You're going to make some lucky girl very happy. You're smart, easygoing, get your father's good looks. And you got a great sense of humor.
Just hilarious. So over the top. And he was brilliant in the movie. And so was everybody else around him, the Tri-Lambs.
But wait, Gatos.
Yes.
There is a connection to KTAR.
There is.
And the movie Revenge of the Nerds. I don't like the fact that you're changing names.
So, what do you mean I'm changing names?
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Okay, so
I'm going to say the real name.
I've been here almost 28 years.
You practically own the place.
So let's say, I think the year is like 2000.
Okay.
My buddy E, who used to produce here, comes up to me in the middle of the day, sitting out in the newsroom, and he goes, "Dude, I was watching Revenge of the Nerds last night." I'm like, "Wow, you must have been bored."
Funny movie, right? Yeah.
And he goes, "Yeah. David over there is in the movie." And I look over and I see one of the other producers.
David,
yeah. And I go, "Well, he definitely
kind of fits, right? Yeah.
Boy, does he fit?" And he goes, "No, you're not listening to me. You're not hearing me." And I said, what? He goes, he's in the movie.
in the
I go,
movie.
well, of course he's in the movie. Look at him. He's a nerd. We loved him, but he's a nerd.
Yeah.
Gatos, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I watched the movie, and him, the guy standing over there, is in the film, and I watched it to the end, and he's got a credit.
He's in the credits.
He put his name shows up, and next to it is nerd.
Like that.
He was.
So the character, it says who you are.
Yes.
When you're an extra,
He's an extra.
Nerd. He's just one of the nerds.
He's in all the scenes.
He's right in the background.
And I went back and I watched it that night, and I go, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How did I miss this? And
you missed the nerd.
Yeah. So we had someone who worked here that was in the movie.
That is phenomenal.
Yes.
It was and apropos.
Now you have a
So I went to U of A and I knew about this. Yeah, and they filmed it in Tucson. I don't remember them filming it. I wasn't at U of A in 1984, for goodness sakes. But when the movie came out, I was like, wait, I recognize all this. We didn't have Google back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't go, where did this
There were
movie
a lot
film?
of movies that summer that were filmed in Tucson.
Yeah.
Can't Buy Me Love
Can't Buy Me
was
Love,
filmed there.
Tucson High, and where my dad went to school. And in the movie, spoiler alert for those of you that haven't watched the 1984 classic Revenge of the Nerds, the fraternity burns down. The nerds fraternity burns. There's a huge fire.
The jocks burn it down.
Yeah. That was the fraternity my dad lived in when he went to the U of A.
Oh, gosh.
It was the actual building, the fraternity, the Theta Chi fraternity.
The Lambda.
The Tri-Lam House was the original Theta Chi fraternity at the University of Arizona. It changed hands, and when they burned it down, it was owned by a sorority that was going to build a new house on the land. And I don't know how it came up, but I don't know if they wrote it in the script. Do you mind if we just burn the damn thing
for
to the ground?
It'll make the movie better.
Yeah,
it's more.
You're going to destroy it anyway, right?
And they did it.
And they did. So there you go.
That is interesting.
That is a little bit of everything. So,
but very sad that three people.
Yeah, with high-profile names or last names and families all ended their lives.
Oh my gosh!
What a week, right?
Yeah.
We have a check of the headline. Bill's going to do that for you, and then up next, do you have one of those Roomba vacuums, little robot vacuums? Is it spying on you? Can it do that? We'll tell you about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Okay, the Lund Mortgage team. Want you to call them. Decades of experience, 623-875-9940. Many of you would like to upgrade. You'd like a home that is your own, not one that you're renting, not an apartment. Your family's getting bigger. You need more space, and you're thinking, when is the right time to buy a house? Call the Lund Mortgage team and have that conversation. Here's a couple things they'll tell you. Interest rates are lower than they've been in a few years. That's great. Home prices in the Valley have dropped. Lower than in past years, for sure. Why not think about purchasing a house now? Maybe you're wondering, I don't know what my mortgage payment would be. Well, use the Lund Mortgage team. They're like the mortgage calculator. They'll figure it all out. They'll tell you how much you need to put down. They'll tell you how much your payment is going to be. They'll get you the lowest rates, the lowest fees. 623-875-9940. Go with the Lund Mortgage team, a team I've used on different occasions throughout my time here in Phoenix over 30 years. LundMortgage.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. pain.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. The Louvre Museum's director has resigned after months of pressure following the October theft of the French crown jewels, as the world's most visited museum faced widening scrutiny over security failures, labor unrest, and a suspected ticket fraud scheme. Lawrence Dakar quit after a punishing year for the former royal palace. The high-profile jewels heist from the Apollo Gallery on mid-February burst pipe near the Mona Lisa, water leaks damaging priceless books, staff walkouts, and a wildcat strike over overcrowding and understaffing. All of our top stories coming up at 5 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic now with Enrique Garcia. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Rain Tree Drive. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, near Indian School Road. Then Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 16th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
At Dolphin Pools, we're doing something big for the entire month of February. We're honoring all 2025 pricing so you can finally build that beautiful quality pool you've been dreaming of without stretching your budget. Check out our 5-star reviews and see why Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. For over 42 years, we build affordable luxury pools. We'd love to meet you. Visit one of our showrooms across the valley in Gilbert, Mesa, Phoenix, and now Surprise. Or visit dolphinpools.us. Your dream backyard is closer than you think.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Which President Trump shows up for the State of the Union tonight? Calm and composed or angry and unhinged? We'll talk with an expert tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Listen, you can't turn my microphone on and... I mean, what's going to happen is going to happen.
It is what it is.
There is only one Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm surprised that all the people go,
I don't understand what we're waiting for.
Presidential, and he's going to be calm.
No,
and
he's not.
Not going to recite a bunch of lies and things.
Even if you love Donald Trump, just admit there's one person. It's the guy who calls women piggy. It's the guy who's probably going to dress down the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It's the guy who, I'll give him some credit, has some guts, right? And goes and and bombs the Iranian nuclear facility.
Totally obliterated it.
Well, then he comes out and says he obliterated, and we know that's not the case
because he's a liar.
It was right. It was harmed.
Right.
I mean, they did some good damage. But Trump is
not enough.
Donald Trump. Yes, we're going back.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is who Donald Trump is.
Exactly.
There's
not going to change.
There isn't a different version of Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
I don't know why we don't understand that.
I do. I've understood all along. I'm just always surprised at people that think there's some different versions going to suddenly
I think
show
some
up.
people hope, and you're just don't do that.
Yeah. I gave up that decades ago. Do you have one of those robot vacuums? Because I do.
I do not. Our son does.
Okay, I have one.
He loves it.
I've got the built-in vacuum mop version because I got tile floors.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
And you're lazy. You don't want to do it yourself.
Certainly not doing it myself.
Please.
Are you crazy?
Sounds ridiculous.
So there's a guy, Sammy, and he thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could use my PlayStation controller to drive my vacuum around?
It sounds kind of like a remote control car.
Yeah, it sounds
that
kind
we
of,
had as kids.
You can play with it, but it'll clean the house at the same time.
I think that's phenomenal.
So he hooked up his a specific brand. It's the DJI Romo vacuum to his PlayStation 5 computer. Now he wasn't sure what to do, so he went and used AI, and he went to a coding assistant, and he's obviously reasonably smart, but he reverse engineered how the robot vacuum communicates.
Okay.
Right? And he was a little bit surprised because what happened was he was driving around his little robot vacuum thinking, I'm the cool guy now.
Yeah.
And there's a camera on the robot vacuum. That's how it knows where it's running into things. He's watching the camera. And he realized he suddenly had access to over 7,000 other robot vacuums, their microphones, and their cameras.
Oh, my gosh.
In 24 different countries.
So he could remote access someone else's...
And drive it around and look
speak.
at everything in the house and listen to everything.
Oh, my gosh.
And he did it totally by accident.
Yeah.
When he found this out, he immediately went to a publication, a nerd publication called The Verge, and he told them, guys, I didn't mean to do this, but I control all the robot vacuums now.
I'm going to hire this guy.
He's probably not a bad guy to do.
If I'm at NASA, I'm hiring this guy, or Google.
So here's something I didn't understand.
On a day off, what should I do? I might just reverse engineer my robo vacuum thing.
Number one, didn't know the robot vacuums had cameras. Okay.
Did you know? Did you know yours has a camera?
I assumed it had like some sort of little like radar scanny thing because it doesn't like drive off cliffs and it.
Shouldn't it have a sensor and
like
not a
sensor.
Camera?
Yeah. Well, these
should have a
cameras.
sensor and not a camera.
Also, I didn't know that there was some central location, the one that Sammy hacked into by accident, that keeps all of that data and information. Because Sammy's point was, if I can hack all of these and I can see the cameras and listen, can't the company do the same thing?
Yes.
And are they telling people that your robot vacuum is
No, of course not.
live streaming back to headquarters?
You know what I would do?
What?
I would have I would have picked someone that I hacked into.
Okay, yeah.
And I would have driven that thing like up to use the camera, drive it up right to the person.
Right to them.
Stop.
Okay.
I'm watching you. Right?
I am your robot overlord.
I'm watching you. You have a red shirt on.
Me and all the other robots are taking over.
Scare the crap out of that person. It'd be hilarious.
That would scare the crap out of
It'd be pretty good.
Pretty good. All right.
No.
Yeah, there's nothing problem with the robots, right?
Of course not.
Yeah.
No.
There's not going to be any problem. Check the headlines are on the way. Big Bill's going to do that for us. State of the Union tonight, 7 p.m. We'll be carrying it live right here on KTAR, KTAR.com.
I expect both sides to behave themselves
without
yes,
a doubt.
I do.
And you seem to be doing pretty okay. But why do you think the country's going to heck in a handbasket? We're talking about it next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
All right, Aquazona Connecticut. The world's most efficient softener. And as I've been saying for years, Connecticut water, very refreshing. I have the K5 at home. Top of the line. It is awesome. You will never drink chlorine or heavy metals or microplastics or forever chemicals. You're not going to ingest that stuff anymore if you have what I have, the K5. And Aquazona Kinetico is giving you the best price they've ever given. So hop on this before the end of the month when this deal runs out. You can pay $26 a month and own the K5 drinking water station. There are a lot of different options for you at Kinetico. A lot. My suggestion is the K5. That's the one that I purchased 20 years ago. That's the one that still works perfectly great in my house. Better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water from the K5. You only pay $26 a month. Here's the number. Make sure you tell them Gato sent you. That's how you get the discount. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. $26 a month for the K5. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizonaslifeline.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says Low T start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's Low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
It's the first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term.
It's likely the largest audience he's going to have ahead of the midterms, and it's a chance for him to sway skeptical voters. We know that he is going into this, based on our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, with a disapproval rating at 60%. That's an all-time high during his second term.
Listen tonight at 7 for the State of the Union address, live from the U.S. Capitol building, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Fixing your AC shouldn't feel like a guessing game, but too often that's exactly what happens. A tech shows up, takes a look, makes an assumption, and starts replacing parts. That's not how we do business. At Precision Air and Plumbing, we use Precision Link, our exclusive diagnostic technology that connects directly to your AC system and tells us exactly what's going on inside. It's like taking your car to the shop. They plug it in and fix the real problem. Precision Link lets us do the same thing for your home. It helps us identify issues sooner, avoid unnecessary repairs, and fix the right thing the first time. No guessing, no upselling. Just clear answers and honest service. That's Precision Air and Plumbing. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News. Now,
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Well, the State of the Union address is tonight. What are you hoping the president will focus in on when he's speaking?
More than 75% of Americans are interested in the State of the Union address, with 2/3 believing this speech is more important than in previous years, according to a new Scripps News Talker research poll. While that poll shows the economy, inflation, and immigration enforcement make up the top issues for Americans, it could be foreign policy taking up some of the spotlight. This, according to political analyst Chuck Coughlin with High Ground, who tells Arizona's Morning News.
He's going to take a victory lap on the capture of the Mexican cartel member yesterday and how that's because they're respecting America again. He's going to mention Venezuela. He's going to talk about Cuba. I think he's going to talk about Iran.
This comes as the U.S. military continues to build up forces in the Middle East. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Now, you can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight, starting at 7 right here at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Now, be sure to tune in tomorrow morning to Arizona's Morning News for reaction to the address. Our guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly.
They blatantly violate the First Amendment, and that's why we filed our lawsuit today.
New federal lawsuit accusing a former Arizona politician of election intimidation. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Bill, the lawsuit stems from a 2024 Apache County race for school superintendent. Fernando Madrid had been running, but says he was bullied and harassed out of the race by his opponent's husband. That accusation against former Apache County attorney Michael Whiting and Madrid's legal team from the Institute for Justice saying today,
Michael Whiting, along with 2 henchmen on his county attorney's office payroll, launched a weeks-long campaign of intimidation and harassment against Fernie designed to get Fernie to drop out of the race, and it succeeded.
The lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition that Madrid's First Amendment rights were infringed. Whiting also faces criminal charges related to these allegations and more. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward. Tell what you know.
In a new video, Savannah Guthrie announcing a $1 million reward for information that brings Nancy Guthrie home. She says her family needs to know where her mom is, or if she's dead or alive.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
Guthrie.
Please be the light in the dark.
Guthrie also donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Now keep it here on KTAR for the latest on the Guthrie investigation. A full timeline is at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. The Mexican government says it is safe to travel there once again following some violence in the last few days, but how truthful are they being about that?
Former Border Patrol agent and current Border Security Advisor Art Del Cueto joined Arizona's Morning News, sharing his skepticism regarding Mexican officials' comments that the country is safe to visit.
How come I have friends that have been stuck there and they're telling them that they're probably not going to be able to get out till Saturday? You know, they have to save face and do something. Remember, they're on the verge of a couple of World Cup matches.
Del Cueto added that Puerto Vallarta is a major tourist destination that relies on tourism dollars, but this should not keep them from being truthful about how safe it is.
Let's be honest with the American public, and my number one concern is Americans going down there, or the safety of Americans there and in the U.S. at this point.
Most airports in Mexico are now operating normally, and the shelter-in-place advisory for U.S. citizens has narrowed. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Back once again to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound at McDowell Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the left-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway, westbound near Priest Drive. And Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, rising taxes, Social Security costs, and even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Headed to a low of 57 by morning, mostly clear tomorrow with a high of 83 degrees, mostly sunny Thursday and Friday. 91 is our high on Thursday, 92 degrees for a high on Friday. Sunshine, 83 degrees right now in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand, stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 4.
Yes, a lot of people call hour number 4 best of the hours.
So we got tonight at 7, the State of the Union. And if you'd like to listen to it, we will carry it on all of our platforms.
Yeah.
So please go right ahead and tell me how it went.
Yeah.
Tell me about the part when he starts yelling at the Supreme Court justices.
I've got my bingo card ready.
Really?
Yeah. Trump bingo claims the 2020 election was stolen.
Okay.
It's going to be one. Claims he ended, insert whatever number of wars. Bashes SCOTUS, that's on there.
Can I give you a good one?
Please.
Secured the border.
Yeah.
Pretty good. That's a good one.
Mentions Greenland. Rambles about China.
Yeah.
Lies about the economy.
Yeah.
Mentions Obama.
You don't like Obama. I saw that bingo card where there's like...
claims poll numbers are fake?
I want to hear about aliens and UFOs, but I don't think I'm going to get it.
Says prescriptions are down 100%.
Yeah. Here's a box. Petty name calling.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I think the Supreme Court's the big story. I think if he goes off on them... well, we've never seen anything like that in American history. That'll be the story we talk about tomorrow. But
could be.
Hope he doesn't do it.
Could be. Yeah, we'll see.
They don't work for you, Mr. President. Come on.
Oh, don't tell him that.
I mean, he's got a few success stories. Certainly he can go and talk about. That's great. But, if you tell me everything's perfect, it's not, and it's not supposed to be, and it's not under any president. I just don't, it's 2 hours. He's going to, anyway.
It's going to be a long speech, he said.
We got the face-off tomorrow.
Got a lot of grievances to go through.
We got the face-off tomorrow at 5, and we'll go over some of the State of the Union.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Democrats aren't going to be particularly nice.
No, a lot
going
of them aren't going.
Either.
I don't know what the total number is, but there'll be empty seats.
Yep.
They won't even attend. I don't know if the others will misbehave. We'll find out.
Nope. Everyone's going to misbehave.
So explain this a little bit. It's kind of interesting. There is a group out there that's been doing public opinion polling for 50 years.
All right.
50. Okay. And they recently published some data they have, which was really interesting, that says basically Americans are split into 2 realities. Reality number 1, personal. Reality number 2, national. And imagine these as 2 lines on a graph, and they're going in different directions.
Okay.
As people say, they themselves, personally, are doing better. Finances, health, whatever. While that's going up, they think the country is getting worse. And it's really bizarre to see these lines that kind of ran in parallel for a long time, just starting to go in completely opposite directions.
So is this more financial, do you think? No.
I
when
mean,
you say doing well, are you talking about
finances, health, their personal happiness?
Okay.
These are all things that they measure. So finances are a part of it, but it's not all finances.
Right. But when you talk about the government and we think that the government is failing.
Well, they think the country is failing.
But that has to do with the government failing the country. Yeah.
Well, but I mean,
so
you get bigger reasons.
So your health is tied to a lot of times your job and what the government would like to show you as health care. I get that. It's interesting that it's going in different directions.
Yeah. And it had been kind of parallel for a while. And about 10 years ago is when the numbers started to diverge, because it really says something interesting. No matter how good you are doing, you can still think the country is going to hell. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. Just bought a yacht. I got another private jet. I'm in better health than I was when I was 22. Everybody's great in our family. Things are going well. What do you think about America? It's down the toilet. It's in the sewer.
Yeah, but if you're Gen Z, you don't own a house. Things are more expensive than they ever have been. I think for Gen Z, they look at, I mean, there are parts of Gen Z that say, I want socialism. You know that.
Yeah. Well,
because
New York, is it the mayor in New York kind of an example
socialist.
of that? Yeah. Kind of proudly that. He wasn't not hiding from it.
Right. They're like, why don't we try that?
Because
what you
capitalism
guys
hasn't worked for them.
It's not working at all.
Yeah, they're like, capitalism doesn't work for me, so yeah.
So maybe
the mistakes of socialism.
Maybe different generations look at this differently. If you're Gen X, you see that, okay, well, the stock market has gone up. It hasn't been great. It hit 50,000. The Dow hit 50,000 for a short period of like a day. Okay, great. But under Trump, it's been okay.
Well, the Dow's under 50,000 now. Does that mean we can go look for the Epstein abusers?
Well, I mean, that's part of, like, you talk about the country going to heck in a handbasket. Like, there was a report that came out today that the DHS, they hid some of these Epstein files. It was an NPR investigation. It was really well done. And
of course they did.
They deleted some of these things, and a lot of it had Trump in it.
No,
now, again,
that's a shocker.
Again, you're going to have to prove it in court.
Absolute shocker.
But when you look at the country, you're like, wait a second.
Why would you trust? My better question is, who are these people that trust in government? What has government done to earn your trust?
I think if you're far right and you've got a Republican in there, you trust government.
Oh, then government's okay. And
if
then
you're
the minute
far
Democrat,
left, you probably
then everything sucks.
Yeah, but everybody in the middle, I don't think we trust these guys and gals. I don't trust any of them.
No,
I don't trust the Biden administration. I don't trust this one. Come on.
Listen, I'm consistent. I don't trust one of them. Absolutely not.
So when you look at what we're talking about, if you're just joining us, is like, how can you say that, your finances are good?
You are doing well.
You're doing well.
You are doing well.
But the country's
not doing well.
Okay, well, I'll give you another example. Minneapolis. Here's another thing that we found out today. Not only the Epstein files hidden, we found out that ICE cut 240 hours of training from an 800, excuse me, let's start again. ICE has cut 240 hours of training from a 584-hour program.
This was an FBI whistleblower who testified about this today, including a lot of stuff regarding, illegal search and seizure, civil rights, respecting it. Yeah.
Classes that teach the Constitution, the legal system, firearms, use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, limits of officers' authority.
I'm shocked.
All cut.
Shocked.
And they were taught instead, and this is why the whistleblower came out. He didn't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, he quit
because of this. He said, we're teaching them to basically break the law.
Yeah.
So that's part
as
of,
we've all witnessed with our own eyes.
Yes. So that's part of it. Yeah. That's part of, hey, what's happening to this country? What happened to the First Amendment? What the Second Amendment? The Republicans were going after.
Yeah, you can't bring a gun to a protest.
Yes,
even
you
legally.
can.
Yeah, well, no, I know you can.
If Obama said that or Biden said that,
the gun grabbers are coming to get your guns. They hate America. All that stuff.
So I think there's always pushback on no matter who's in the Oval Office. No one's ever satisfied. We always have problems.
It's getting worse and worse. Like, I wonder if there is a breaking point. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
What you mean, a breaking point in what?
That we just get to the point we don't trust government at all. Period. At all. Full stop. Anybody.
Yeah.
And how do you balance that with, but I'm doing all right. But I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Well,
and
you can't look at the world like, okay, I'm doing great. Stock market's great. I've got a job. And then you don't realize that other people out there are hurting. And the person in front of you to get gasoline puts $13 in because he or she can't afford anymore.
Right.
It's not going to be great for everybody. We already know that. We've talked about there's two different economies out there.
Yeah.
And so, it's not going to be great for everybody. But I think if you look at like how our government is run, especially in the last couple of years, after
poorly.
Well, I mean, Biden didn't run the government. He was in bed. He wasn't even talking to anybody.
I didn't have a problem with the people that were running.
Well, still, but I mean, the president.
They were at least professionals. They weren't podcasters.
They're lying about the president, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's fine.
Well, they're lying about this president now, too, because he's fine,
they
right?
Are. Yeah.
He's perfectly okay. He's not suffering from dementia at all.
I think that he very well might be. Yeah. We knew Biden was.
Yeah.
If you saw the debate, my goodness. I wouldn't have put that guy in charge of a Circle K.
Yeah.
Let alone the country, and then we found out he didn't run the country.
I wouldn't let Trump alone in a room with women. Not without security.
It's fair.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of things going on. Yep.
But it's not just the Trump administration, too. I mean, it even goes back to, it goes back years. Obama, Obama's big lie. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. That didn't happen.
Obamacare thing, yeah.
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
So all these presidents lie. Yes, Bruce, I'm with you. Trump lies more than probably
Olympic
anybody.
level lying, yeah.
It's pretty
different than normal
It's
lies.
It's pretty bad.
Not a one-to-one comparison, but yeah.
The Biden administration lying that he's just fine isn't right either.
Yeah, and people are just becoming less and less.
How can you not be
trustful of anything? Like and like you mentioned, he's going to attack the Supreme Court. Of course, he will.
I hope not.
And the Supreme Court, you go back and look at like the U.S. military is held in high regard. And the Supreme Court used for
everything is political.
Everything it gets dragged down to the lowest common denominator. Quick check of the headlines. We got Big Bill's going to do that for us. Coming up next, would you rather go to the State of the Union or party in Vegas? That's the question the U.S. women's ice hockey team asked itself. We'll tell you what they chose. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now.
They blatantly violate the First Amendment, and that's why we filed our lawsuit today.
A 2024 Apache County race for school superintendent has resulted in a new federal lawsuit. Fernando Madrid has been running, but says he was intimidated out of the race by his opponent's husband, former Apache County Attorney Michael Whiting. The lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition that Madrid's First Amendment rights were infringed. Whiting also faces related criminal charges. All of our top stories coming up at 5:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Glendale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound near Thunderbird Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus, reminding you that if you lived in our bold and bright community, you'd be home by now. No rush hour here. See for yourself at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All righty. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Wickenburg. They can hear us up there in Wickenburg. Shout out to the Wickenburgers. Thank you guys so much for listening. There's your city shout out, Wickenburg. All right. So it's a tough call. Tough call. You get invited to go to the State of the Union in icy cold Washington, D.C. Or do you go to a party in Las Vegas?
Who's hosting the party?
The one. The only Flavor Flav!
Yeah, boy!
I nailed it.
So
Flavor Flav is hosting a party for the women's hockey team tonight.
The gold-winning women's
gold medal winning
United States hockey team.
Yeah. Dinner, show, and a good time, he says. And I have no reason to not believe him that it's exactly what would happen with Flavor Flav set loose in Vegas with the women's gold medal hockey winning team.
So the backstory, I think a lot of us know, is right now they're preparing for the State of the Union. And in the Oval Office, the president has the men's U.S. Olympic hockey team, the gold medal team, and he's got them all in the Oval Office. He invited them. He called them after the gold medal win of Canada. But he didn't call the women when they won.
No.
He didn't necessarily invite the women when they won. What he said, I guess, after the men won, and he was on the phone because drunk Kash Patel, the FBI director, instead of looking for Nancy Guthrie, he's guzzling beers I don't know why he was there. I don't know why you'd want to make that political. I have no idea.
It was on taxpayer dollars. Don't worry.
That's the least of my problem with him. So Kash Patel got the president on the phone, and the president was talking to the U.S. team, and come to the State of the Union, and hey, now we're gonna have to invite the women.
Like as an afterthought.
And so the men laughed at that.
Yeah.
Whereas I would think it's not. I don't know why you would laugh at that. I would say, yeah, heck yeah, you're going to invite them. Of course, you're going to invite the women.
Right.
No, not a guy who's calling people piggy and his backstory of grab pee and all that. I mean, he's not going out of his way for women. We already know that. We already know that.
No, unless he thinks he can get somewhere with them.
Right, and then we're not going to go there. So. What happened? Flavor Flav says, come out and party with me in Vegas. Did they say yes? I think they're going.
I think they
are going. Because the women's team was very polite and said, after the president invited them, they were very polite and said no in a few different ways. But I don't think I'd want to go either. No, you got your all there. You go ahead and do that. But to go with Flavor Flav, I bet you that's going to be a really good party.
I got to tell you, I think it sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would go to that party.
And I would do that over going to a night out in Vegas with Flavor Flav as opposed to going to the State of the Union. That's not even a close call for me.
I wouldn't mind going to a State of the Union one of these days.
No.
Just I've never done it.
Yeah.
Just to be in there.
Yeah, I'd rather I think
go.
Flav would be a lot of fun, quite honestly. Now, he has helped... Flav himself.
Give me a little Flav.
Yo, Terminator X.
Oh,
Step up on the stand and show these people what time it is.
Hold on.
What?
Did we bleep any of this?
We're about to find out.
Okay.
We're about to find out.
Because if we play a curse word, it's all Bruce's fault.
It's all my fault. Yeah, it's my
Yo, Terminator X. Step up on the stand and show these people what time it is, boy. Don't believe the hype.
There you go.
Bruce.
Yeah.
I almost ended Flavor Flav's life.
Okay.
Did you know this?
I've heard this story. You feel free to tell it.
I was at, the Super Bowl was here just a few years ago.
Right. Okay, first off, minding your own business.
Yes, and we were doing, they had the downtown Phoenix area, even though the game was in Glendale, they had the downtown Phoenix area all set for the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing a broadcast down there live. And after we left the broadcast, I got in my car, and I started to drive in downtown Phoenix, and I see that the light is ready to turn, red.
Okay.
And so I stop at the light.
Okay.
And minding my own business, and the light turns green, and I get ready to hit the gas.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's a clock right in front of my car. And I'm not kidding.
It's attached to his neck.
Flavor Flav. And I hit the brakes. He's walking against traffic.
Yeah.
And he had some kind of white, fur thing on.
Sounds
and
about right.
And I go, Flavor Flav, I almost killed you. And I don't remember what he said to me. I just couldn't believe it. I almost ended his life.
So this is not a game of topper.
Oh, no.
Yeah, boy.
We did a show back in the day when it was Power 92 with Public Enemy.
Yeah.
And we did it down at the, whatever, I still call it the U.S. Air Center, the America West Arena. And they were great. Public Enemy was great show. There was a bunch of different acts. It's like 3 weeks later. I'm talking to the guys at the record label, and they said, who do you think we should talk to find Flav's car?
Flav's car?
I'm like, his what? He left his car in Phoenix.
Oh, gosh.
What do you mean he left his car? Well, he doesn't know where he left it.
Oh. He's probably got so many he doesn't care.
And he apparently took one to the show, but he didn't take it home. And we're really not sure even where to start looking for it. I go,
it's crazy.
We're going to have to put out an APB for Flav's car?
Do you remember what the car was?
I don't even remember what it was, but he just left it in Phoenix.
It's hilarious.
Flav is an interesting dude.
Yo, Terminator X, step up on the stand and show these people what time it is.
All right, so the United States women's hockey team hanging out with Flavor Flav.
Don't believe the hype.
The men's hockey team hanging out with Donald Trump. I'd go to both. I'd be interested in going to both.
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype.
Does this song have any other words?
There is a verse in there, but we don't want to play it.
Don't believe the hype. It's a sequel.
Yeah, Chuck D's got to jump in there and kind of drop it for you. Checking the headlines on the way. We're going to make sure you get up to speed with everything you need to know. And up next, there is some new reporting out from law enforcement sources that some of the videos we saw of Nancy Guthrie's abductor,
that frightening picture.
The one we've all seen now, right?
Yeah.
May not have all been from the same night. What does that say about her disappearance? We're going to talk to one of our law enforcement experts about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988.
Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not 1, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Arizona and 14 other states suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over the CDC's new vaccine schedule. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live now in the News Center to explain.
State Attorney General Chris May says a January memo removed 7 childhood vaccines from their recommended status.
That's why we are asking the court to declare this new vaccine schedule unlawful, to vacate the illegal ACIP appointments.
Mays adds Secretary Kennedy also fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, also known as ACIP, the expert federal panel that has guided U.S. vaccine policy for decades. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Several Democratic lawmakers opting out of going to President Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Democratic strategist Matt Gronsky tells Arizona's Evening News why attendance these decisions were made by Congress members.
Some folks have decided, hey, there's more productive things I can do for my constituents than listen to gaslighting for a couple hours. Some folks want to be there and show that they can hold this president accountable.
Now, former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon says President Trump's State of the Union address is extremely important. The Republican says going into tonight's speech, the president faces polls showing a majority of Americans do not believe the country is moving in the right direction. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show the good news is the economy is showing signs of improvement.
Gas prices are down, and generally speaking, the economy is moving, I think, in a positive direction. But Americans don't feel that when they're being polled.
Salmon adding that he believes the president's address will be focused on talking directly to Americans more so than to Congress. You can hear the State of the Union address and the Democratic response tonight at 7, starting right here. KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Be sure to tune in tomorrow morning as well to Arizona's Morning News for reaction to the address. Our guests will include Republican Congressman David Schweikert, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton, and Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly. Prediction markets let people bet on pretty much anything these days, including tonight's State of the Union address.
How many times will President Trump use the word America in the State of the Union? How long will the speech run? And who will attend? Even the color of the president's tie is available to be wagered on using sites like Polymarket and Kalshi. Advocates say the wisdom of crowds provides insight on world events, but critics, including several state governments, say prediction markets are just gambling platforms and should be regulated as such. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
An iPhone safety feature drawing attention after 6 skiers were rescued from California's deadliest recorded avalanche.
Tim Worth, the tech editor at Mashable, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain how it worked.
Essentially, it's emergency SOS. And what that means is that if you're in a remote area or trapped in a disaster where you can't make phone calls, but your phone is on, you can still send texts directly to 911 via satellite.
He says if you have an iPhone, go to settings and search for emergency SOS. You can hear the entire interview with Tim on KTAR.com. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Let's get another check on those roads this evening with Enrique Garcia. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Litchfield Park with a crash blocking the exit ramp on the Loop 303 northbound at Northern Parkway. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Gilbert Road, and Glendale with a crash on the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound at Thunderbird Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
57 degrees by the time you're waking up tomorrow morning. Mostly clear skies tomorrow, then a high of 88 degrees. Mostly sunny Thursday and Friday. 91 and 92 degrees for highs. We are seeing the sunshine right now as we approach sunset. 84 degrees in Mesa. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. We'll have a response to the State of the Union from both sides of the political aisle, including Senator Mark Kelly at 7:14 tomorrow morning. Join Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the radio and watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Not a lot of news coming out of Tucson regarding Nancy Guthrie. We're getting little bits and pieces and kind of having to put some of this stuff together. Kind of new for today. Savannah.
You mean day 24?
Day 24. Unbelievable. She was February 1st. is when she disappeared. Nancy Guthrie offered a $1 million reward for her mother's return. It was a very emotional video that she put out on Instagram, and she made reference to the fact that her mother may not be alive.
But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million.
Yeah. It's desperate times. I honestly think she'd pay $1 million to know what happened.
Just to know.
Do you have, if she is gone, do you have the body? I'll pay you $1 million.
Yeah.
Because who wants to go through life not knowing where she is, what happened to her, if she's alive or if she's dead?
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's the not knowing, right? It's the not knowing. So the other thing that came out, and this is according to various law enforcement sources, we've all seen the video. The doorbell cam video. It took a long time to get it. Did it exist? Did it not exist?
Remember the first time you saw that? All those days ago, how the chills ran through your body.
It was like the worst case scenario, right?
That guy is out to take my mother or my grandmother, dead or alive.
Masked up with a gun and a backpack.
Awful.
It looked like a scene out of a horror movie.
Yeah.
Well, now we're finding out that if you watched those videos of the guy on the camera, on the doorbell cam, in one of the videos, he's wearing a backpack that they've been looking for, the one that came from Walmart, and he's wearing a weapon holstered on the inside of his thigh. Very weird,
strange way to do that.
Weird way to wear a gun. But in another video, he doesn't have the gun and he doesn't have the backpack. He's still wearing the mask and all the other stuff.
So what exactly does that mean? Aaron Katursky, ABC News.
Sources familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie tell ABC News the masked man suspected of abducting the 84-year-old grandmother appeared at her front door sometime before the night she was taken. Among the images released by the FBI earlier this month, one showing the suspect without a backpack. Sources now tell ABC News that image was captured on Guthrie's Nest camera on a date prior to February 1st when she was abducted.
So, according to these sources, those videos were taken at different times. By the way, there's a lot of internet sleuths out there. I got a text from one who said, if you look at them, the moon is in a different position in those two.
I'd go and look.
Those two videos.
Maybe they're right.
They don't look like that. It's much brighter during one of them because it was a full moon the night she was taken. The other one, it's much darker outside. So we're trying to understand kind of what does this say, and does this lend credence to the fact that the abductor, the kidnapper, the burglar, whatever we call this person, was casing the joint, and he knew the layout. He'd been there before that night that he abducted Nancy Guthrie.
We asked Frank Milstead, former colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. The guy was doing recon prior to the abduction. Colonel Frank, not sure that's the case.
I would love to just jump on that wagon, but if you look at that one picture very closely, in my eye, it looks like the guy is a little bit more round-shouldered than the guy with the backpack, but that's maybe because the backpack's on. But I also think the tennis shoes are different. The second picture looks like there's a dark area around the side of the tennis shoe that I can't really see on the other one. So I don't know, but
fair.
I will agree with you in the sense that the communication, the lack thereof of palatable information is not coming out the way it should.
Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
Leave it to him to notice those little details, like the shoe.
What he's trained for.
That's what he does.
That's why we put him on the radio.
That's a good point.
Here's the other thing, though. Does that mean if we have multiple clips and a couple different pictures of the kidnapper, does that help the investigation? Here's what Milstead said.
Well, I think the FBI will try to figure out if it's the same guy and validate your suspicion that the guy may have been casing. But the sheriff kind of came out today and contradicted that they came from 2 different days. So they need a public information officer that runs this show that takes care of this.
Let me write the book on this. This is how we're going to remember this case. Sheriff Nanos was, not prepared for anything like this. I think it's tough for anybody to be put in a situation where it's like an 84-year-old woman was taken. They don't take.
This isn't normal.
This isn't normal.
Right. But they haven't handled it well.
Right.
On top of that.
But his ego got in his way, and he called the FBI too late. And this case became cold in the first 2 days.
When you really need to be on top of it,
they
right?
were not on top of it.
When the evidence and the trail's still hot, because on day 24,
you got nothing.
What
we have nothing
short of someone calling in.
Do we have a suspect?
No.
Do we have a motive?
No.
What do you have?
You've got a ring camera, and you have a missing woman, and you have some blood on the ground.
You've got an inept sheriff. Number one. You've got the director of the FBI chugging beers in Italy with the United States hockey team. And I know that he's, kind of in charge of the FBI, I guess. But if you're Savannah Guthrie and you look at the two men leading this search, you're horrified.
You probably don't have a high level of confidence.
You're horrified.
Well, and I wonder if that plays into the fact that we've heard they have their own investigator
How could you not?
Involved in this. We've also heard, and again, I might be reading between the lines, but when the sheriff was asked about the Guthrie family, he used very interesting terms in describing his relationship with them. It wasn't warm. It didn't sound cooperative. It sounded, that there was tension between them. We know there's tension between the sheriff and the FBI. The FBI just moved its incident headquarters back up to Phoenix from Tucson.
I'll repeat what you said in a different way. The FBI moved their FBI headquarters away from Tucson for a reason. Away from the sheriff.
Yeah.
He's been a disaster. And we've gone over it ad nauseum, over and over and over again. And I don't like pointing out that a sheriff isn't doing his job. I'm rooting for him. He's terrible.
Wait, and you just wonder,
terrible.
At this point, what breaks this case?
I think we've got a cold case, and I think it's over. I don't think they're going to find her. I don't think we're ever going to know what happened to her. I've given up hope. Yeah, I've given up hope.
Well, and sadly, I think so. The Guthrie family is kind of coming to that conclusion as well, with nothing coming in.
No, for 24 days, nothing has come in. They haven't been close to anything. And I think that they missed the opportunity within the first 48 hours.
We've got to check the headlines on the way. Bill's going to do that for us. And then up next, why did one woman go Christmas shopping for her family and never come back on purpose? We'll tell you about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. A lot of ACM plumbing companies say they're local. The truth is, many of them aren't anymore. Being a local family-owned business means standing behind your work and prioritizing customers over shareholders. That's why we offer the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty, because we plan on being right here when you need us. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. Just 37 days away from the first ever women's Final Four in the history of the Valley, ASU head coach Molly Miller says she's excited to continue to build on the strong momentum building in women's sports.
In the arenas, I see grandparents, I see young kids, I see families, I see corporations. So when there's interest in the game, you know there's a great product. So excited to bring that great product here to Phoenix.
Miller is also hoping her team can make it there, says having championship games right here in the Valley, her team will give her team extra motivation to get there themselves. All of our top stories coming up at 6 o'clock with Arizona's Evening News. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center once again with Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Bill. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound at Union Hills Drive, Litchfield Park, crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 303 northbound at Northern Avenue, Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound at McDowell Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
You know what? We're coming up on tax season. Everyone's favorite time of the year, not? And Trajan Wealth can help you with that as well. That's right. When you are dealing with Trajan Wealth, they take into account your tax liabilities, the impact that your retirement has on taxes, your savings has on taxes. They can help you get pointed in the right direction. The end goal being you keep more of your money for your retirement. I know a lot of places talk about this. I've seen Trajan Wealth deliver for me, for my friends, for my family. You can find out what I'm talking about and understand more about how Trajan Wealth puts your financial interests in front of their own, how they have the hearts of teachers, right? And how they just continue to deliver. They're a great resource, a place to go to get information. You're never going to get the high-pressure sales. It's not what they do. Trajan Wealth. Call them right now. Make an appointment, and there's no obligation. It's 480-990-3300. Again, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Davis Romney, a radiation oncologist at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast cancer specialists offer expert oncology care, ensuring you start your personalized cancer journey within 24 to 48 hours. You can trust Ironwood for compassionate, specialized cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today.
At Ironwood Cancer and Research Center, innovation meets compassion. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Which President Trump shows up for the State of the Union tonight? Calm and composed or angry and unhinged? We'll talk with an expert tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Here we are. I gotta tell you, this is an absolutely crazy story.
When we were talking about this story earlier today, I mean, we looked at it and said, there was one question.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to her?
Interesting. So let me tell you the story.
At this point, do you want to talk to her?
Okay.
And you and I were on different pages.
So Michelle Hundley Smith, December 9th, 2001. She's a 38-year-old mom. She lives in Greensboro, North Carolina, apologies. She tells the family, I'm going to go do some Christmas shopping down at the Kmart. All right?
Yeah.
Never comes home.
No.
Family thinks the worst.
Yeah, was she abducted? Was she taken?
Yeah.
Did she die somewhere? No, that's none of the above.
Yeah. She was, had a description of her car.
Mm-hmm.
Little van. Van was never found.
Where did she go?
North Carolina launched a huge investigation, searching everywhere for her and the van.
Yeah.
Right?
38 years old when she disappeared.
Facebook page. Dedicated to finding her. Bring Michelle Hundley Smith home. Okay? So, police found her. Alive and well, and with one request. Don't tell my family where I live.
Wow. So 24 years after her disappearance, they find her, and she doesn't want her family to know. Like, a couple things go into my head.
Okay.
Was she abused? Was she in an abusive relationship?
Okay.
Because here's the thing: if she did
But her
leave,
children wouldn't be part of that.
That's my point.
Oh, okay.
If she did leave, you leave the kids
in an abusive situation
with him. I don't. You don't know.
Okay.
She didn't want to be a mom anymore. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't want to be a wife or a mom anymore. I don't like my family. I want to leave.
Well, you wonder, does she have a whole new family?
What makes you do that?
What makes you wave at everybody, say, I'm jumping in the minivan. I'm going to go Christmas shopping at the Kmart.
I'm leaving.
And just keep going.
She was 38 when she left. She's in her 60s.
So,
doesn't want to talk to her family.
And you said, so the question you started this with,
yes.
If you're her kids,
do you want to talk to her?
Do you want to talk to mom?
Absolutely.
Really?
Oh, I got to know.
I don't know.
I think knowing, I'm not comparing, but it's like Nancy Guthrie.
Okay.
If you're Savannah, you want to know what happened. You want to know if she's alive
her
or
kids
dead.
will at least know. She said, you can know, I'm fine, but I don't want to.
I need to know.
Really?
I'm on a plane. Yep.
I
am on a plane and I'm confronting you.
I think there's some abandonment issues going on there. If she bailed on us 24 years ago and basically made us think that she had been abducted or was dead or on the side of a road somewhere, I don't know if I would want to talk.
And I
to
couldn't blame you. I don't know if there's a right answer.
Yeah.
It's going to be what is going to give you some closure.
She lives in the same state. They found her in North Carolina.
It's unbelievable.
It's not even clear how close she is to where she disappeared
it's
from.
Almost hiding in plain sight.
Yes. That's a crazy story. This is a Netflix documentary waiting to happen. We need to find out why Miss Hundley Smith walked out of the house to go Christmas shopping.
Right. So
we found her 24 years later saying, I'm fine, but don't let my family know where I am.
So what are the reasons? We said abusive husband. We're just speculating. Doesn't want to be a mom anymore.
What if she is in another relationship?
Left for a better...
like an affair or something like that?
Yeah. Has some maybe mental illness. I don't know.
That could be a part of it.
Anything else come up?
I bet we could brainstorm a bunch more. I'm guessing, but yeah, I think those are the hot topics.
And you stay in the same state.
As far as I know, she's down the street.
Did she change her name? She had to change her name.
Had to change her name because they haven't been able to find her.
No. I gotta know.
Yeah,
I gotta talk to her, especially if it's in the same state. You just you find out where they may never find out where she is though.
Yeah. If she don't want to be found, she don't want to be found.
Abandoning your family and we're thinking on purpose. And I say that with a question mark.
Well, she's not claiming that she's a victim of any crime.
No. Yeah. Oh my gosh,
pretty
it's
crazy, right?
I want to talk to her. Do you? You wouldn't want to.
If it was my mom,
yeah,
I'd have trouble with that.
You'd have trouble with it, but I think you'd want to do it.
Yeah, well, it might not be the nicest words. Appreciate you guys spending time with us. Hey, don't forget, coming up at 7, we're covering the State of the Union address live on KTAR. You can listen online. You can listen at KTAR.com, right? On the app. We got it covered every which way from Sunday, starting right at 7. We also thank everybody it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof class. Hi, that's Miss Jules, First Lady of Outspoken, our producer. We also got Big Bill with all the news and information. Don't forget, Enrique, don't call me Iglesias with your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's evening news is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Thanos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if you're like me, your vision matters. Now, I have to wear readers for everything on a page, anything within arm's length, and I hate it. I want to get rid of them. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. I was so impressed with my consultation. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. You can even do it over Zoom. Make an appointment, K2VisionRLE.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Hey, good Tuesday evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Bill O'Neill in for Becky Lynn. Coming up,
we still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
Savannah Guthrie pleading for the return of her missing mother and offering a big reward in the case. And tonight, President Donald Trump speaks to the nation. What would you like to hear from him? We have some new polling data on that.
First, let's take you to the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe, Bill, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound approaching Union Hills Drive. Litchfield Park with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 303 northbound at Northern Parkway. And lastly, Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Gilbert Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Lows tonight in the upper 50s, mostly clear as well. Tomorrow, sunny and hotter. High around 87 with the 90s right around the corner coming this way on Thursday. Right now in Mesa, 79 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Well, immigration, it's either President Trump's best issue or his worst, depending on the kind of job you think the president is doing during his second term. ABC's Sherry Preston has more now on a new poll ahead of tonight's State of the Union address.
8 in 10 voters who approve of the job President Trump is doing so far say immigration is his strongest issue. But 6 in 10 who do not agree with the president's policies tell ABC News, Washington Post, and Ipsos in a new poll they feel immigration is the worst thing the president has done during his second term, with half of those voters citing increased enforcement and the actions of ICE as the main reasons why.
Extremely important. That's how former Arizona Congressman Republican Matt Salmon describes President Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Salmon tells the Mike Broomhead Show the president must refocus on the economy if he hopes to hold majorities in the House and Senate.
If he loses the House in November, it's going to be Katie bar the door. There are going to be ad nauseum investigations and hearings against the administration. And he understands that. He doesn't want his last 2 years to be a total lame duck.
Salmon adds there are positive signs in the economy, such as falling gas prices and a cooling of inflation. Several Democratic lawmakers opting out of going to the president's State of the Union address tonight. Democratic strategist Matt Grodzki tells Arizona's Evening News.
Some folks have decided, hey, there's more productive things I can do for my constituents than listen to gaslighting for a couple hours. Some folks want to be there and show that they can hold this president accountable.
You can hear the president's address live right here in KTAR right after this program. Listen live on 92.3 FM, online, or the KTAR News app.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward. Tell what you know.
In a new video, Savannah Guthrie announcing a $1 million reward for information that brings Nancy Guthrie home. She says her family needs to know where her mom is, dead or alive.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived. Please be the light in the dark.
Guthrie also donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Keep it here on KTAR for the latest in the Guthrie investigation. A full timeline at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Arizona, one of 15 states suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the CDC over its new vaccine schedule for children.
A January memo from the CDC stripped 7 childhood vaccines of their universally recommended status. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains how HHS Secretary RFK Jr. cleared the way for his agenda.
Kennedy fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, otherwise known as ACIP, the expert panel that has guided vaccine policy in this country for decades.
The lawsuit is asking the court to declare the new vaccine schedule unlawful and to vacate the ACIP appointments. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And on Wall Street today, a positive day across the markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average ending up 370 points. The NASDAQ ahead 236 points. And the S&P 500 finishing up 52 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Bill, you touched on it just a few moments ago. Still no sign of Nancy Guthrie 3+ weeks into the search for the missing Tucson mother. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie speaking out today for the first time in days, announcing a new family reward.
We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
Her family, though, obviously still desperate for answers.
Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now.
So they're still holding out hope, but they acknowledge that she may have passed by now.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home so that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
I think the tough thing at this point, too, is they are desperately trying to fight this case from becoming a cold case and keep it in the news day after day for 3 weeks. How much longer can you keep that up? And Savannah Guthrie's right. Somebody does know something, but it doesn't seem like that group is very large here. If no one came forward for $100,000, $200,000, is $1.2 million going to push someone to disclose something?
Is that going to be enough? And then obviously you ask the question, of course, how do we get to this point that the Guthries have to offer $1 million on their own just to kind of keep this thing going, which is really what it feels like right now.
And Savannah Guthrie, I'd seen her say as well that the family was prepared to do this days prior, weeks prior, but they were advised not to as well. So now they feel like, hey, what do we have to lose? What are we holding back for at this point? So they obviously want their mom back. They want answers.
Yeah, at this point, 20 some odd days later, you're right. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? That's the big question.
Absolutely. So yesterday we brought you a Democratic perspective ahead of President Trump's speech tonight. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll bring you a Republican's perspective, and you can catch the State of the Union address live tonight at 7 right here on the app, KTAR.com, or 92.3 FM, KTAR News Time, 6:07.
It's the first State of the Union address of President Trump's second term. Will he talk about ICE operations in U.S. cities? The looming conflict in Iran? Will Trump speak on the economy, artificial intelligence, the Epstein files? Listen tonight at 7 for the State of the Union address, live from the U.S. Capitol building, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new presidential pool, and now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry. They are committed to providing total customer satisfaction. Be sure to check out their massive pool park for inspiring ideas. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Jim Sharp here on Arizona's Morning News Wednesday. Congressman David Schweiker gives us Republican reaction to the State of the Union and Democratic reaction from Senator Mark Kelly. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
You got to make sure to check that out with Arizona's Morning News and reminder State of the Union coverage coming up here on KTAR at 7 o'clock. It's 6:11. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Bill O'Neill. And shout out to our friends in Sun City. We appreciate you listening to KTAR in Sun City.
Well, there will be plenty to talk about during the President's State of the Union address, about 45 minutes or so from right now. Nearly half of Americans say they're most interested in hearing about economic issues, according to a Scripps News Talker research poll. But how the president approaches that topic remains to be seen. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce on the Start Here podcast.
It will be interesting to see the tone the president strikes. He hasn't been particularly empathetic when talking about the economy in the past, but he essentially, I suspect, will go out and argue that his policies are working and urge Americans to stay the course.
Now, we talk with a Republican strategist coming up in just moments, but first.
Let's get a check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia, Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Bill, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound near Lower Buckeye Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 25th Drive and Glendale Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, expect 58 degrees. And then tomorrow, sunny and upper 80s. Right now in Globe, 65 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. And President Trump's State of the Union address, about 45 minutes or so away. We will walk you up to coverage from ABC News right here on KTAR. We're joined right now by Copper State Consulting's Emily Ryan to break it all down from the GOP perspective. Emily, what should we be looking to see and hear tonight from President Trump?
I think depending on who you ask, tonight is either the most important speech of his career or the least important because people don't watch anymore. But I think what we can expect is the unexpected. I mean, I think his strategists, his speech writers have probably been working very intensely with him and trying to get him to focus on the cost of living, to show some empathy and some understanding for the American people, to really cash in on the better than expected jobs ratings and parlay that into a plan on how things are going to get better over the next few years. But, it remains to be seen if he'll actually stay on script. I doubt that he will because that's not his style.
Emily, we talk about what people across the board want to hear from the president or are hoping to hear from the president. What about Arizona Republicans in particular? What do we want to hear from him if we're an Arizona Republican?
I think Arizona Republicans and conservative voters alike want to hear the president sound measured and in control and calm, to show some leadership. They want to turn out the base and hold that base. But in Arizona, because about a third of the electorate is not affiliated with a party, it's really important to reach those people as well. And we've got tight margins up and down the line in Arizona. And I think that Arizona Republicans are probably looking for him to take a little bit more measured approach.
Copper State Consulting's Emily Ryan joins us previewing the State of the Union address from President Trump coming up in just under 45 minutes from right now. Emily, any guesses what he's going to try to take a victory lap on, what he'll tout as his accomplishments over the last year?
Oh, for sure. Venezuela, I think he's going to say the economy's going great. He might mock affordability. I think that, what's happening in Puerto Vallarta is as callous as this is for me to say, I think is a real gift for him timing wise, because Minnesota was an absolute colossal calamity, just nothing that was planned. And he's got a chance to recalibrate on border security, an issue that was very, very good for him in the election. And he can point to what's happening in Puerto Vallarta and say, hey, that's what we don't want here. This is why securing the border is important. This is why me being tough on this has gotten the attention of the Mexican government, and we're taking out cartel leaders, and we're going to continue to do it until the cartels are gone. If you don't want to see what's happening in Mexico bleed into the United States, this was a real gift. We'll just see if he's able to cash in on that or if he bungles it. But he's got something to work with there on the border.
Emily, of course, the president was very aggressive in year one. That was very easy to see day in and day out. What about goals for year two? What may he lay out there?
He seems to really like foreign policy. It's not as relatable to the American public, to the regular voter. But I think we're going to hear a lot about his foreign policy goals, because I think who wouldn't like doing that? That's the highlight of the job. I think, hopefully what he'll do is bring some comfort to the nation by talking about what he's got planned for the economy and how he's going to make things more affordable. He's made it where you can't say the word affordability anymore, but maybe he can substitute that with cost of living. But I do think he's got to address that, because that seems to be polling. While his numbers are just plummeting, the economy seems to be top of mind for everyone.
How does that play, Emily, as well? You mentioned just now and a moment ago as well that he may mock affordability. How does that play with Republicans out there? Because we know in any survey that we look at, it's usually healthcare, immigration, economy, in some order. Usually those are the top three issues. And everybody says, it's the economy, stupid, when it comes to the midterms and the general election as well. So if he's mocking affordability, how does that play with more moderate Republicans and even those who are looked at as more MAGA?
I think if you're MAGA and you're hurting, that's got to sting a little bit. I don't think there's much that Trump can do to disturb the MAGA base. I really do believe they're in his corner, even despite the disappointments of Epstein and some of the other things. I think he's still got them. So I don't know that it rattles them as much, but I think when you're looking in terms of voters that don't identify as MAGA, Republicans that don't, conservative independents, there's a lot of other people there, including people of color who he won over in the last election. There's just a broad spectrum of voters that are all feeling the sting. And I think that hurts. I think people are yearning for some kind of mature leadership. I know I am.
And Emily, a lot of Democrats are skipping this speech tonight. A lot of them are taking part in their own event, their own People's State of the Union. Is there anything this president can say that can kind of bridge any of this gap that we see between the two sides right now?
Well, I really think he could. I don't know that he will. I think he's going to go to the old playbook of trying to gin up his base to turn out to vote. But sure, I mean, there are things he could say. He could talk about a comprehensive plan and what the next steps, what the next 12 months might look like, economically speaking. I think he could say something to embrace someone on the other side of the aisle that he has plans to work with. He certainly could highlight and do that. I don't think that he will. I think he's going to go to a turnout playbook for the election and try to drive his base to eclipse everyone when it comes to showing up at the polls. But certainly there's a lot of opportunity for that. And, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that he does do that because I think it would be good for everyone. And I wish the Democrats would go. I wish they would show up and sit there and act like adults, because I think that's what we all want. We don't get to act like that at work. We don't get to have fits and go home when we don't like someone. We all have to, put our differences aside and work together. And I think we expect the leaders of the country to do the same thing.
Bill, do you want to have a fit and go home?
Yes, actually, I do, Joe.
Emily
I want
Ryan,
to know where Becky Lynn is.
She had a fit and went home. Yeah, exactly. Emily Ryan, Republican strategist, Copper State Consulting. You said to expect the unexpected tonight here. Which President Trump do you think we see? Do you think we get the calm and composed? Do you think we get the angry and indignant? Do you think we see both of those? Do you think we see something else as well? If you had to look into your crystal ball and guess what his mood is going to be tonight, what do you got?
That's a tall order. I think we're going to see some mood swings. He's already told us it's going to be a really long speech, which I don't know about you, but anytime I have to attend a speech and then someone tells me they're going to talk a really long time, I'm out. I'm watching the Suns game tonight.
Okay.
But I think we're going to see some mood swings. I think we're going to see him lash out. I think there's going to be some provocative members of the audience, and I think we're going to see him react to that. I think he's going to riff and ramble. I think he's going to, he's not the kind of guy that takes a lot of coaching, is my impression. So I'm sure his staff is a lot more nervous than he is. And I think he's probably just ready to take the mic and do his thing.
Well, get out your bingo card and prepare for the State of the Union just under 40 minutes from right now. We will have it right here live on KTAR on the app and on KTAR.com. Copper State Consulting's Emily Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate the GOP perspective you provide.
Thank you for having me.
Well, coming up, a new plea for the return of Nancy Guthrie and the very latest in the investigation. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic too. KTAR News Time 622.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-Person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening. It's 6:26. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Bill O'Neill, in for Becky Lynn this evening. Coming up.
A former Arizona candidate says he was harassed to the point of dropping his election run. I'm Ballon Overstoles.
And a new plea and $1 million reward now to find the missing Nancy Guthrie.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward.
And, of course, the big speech tonight from President Donald Trump, what he will focus on during his State of the Union. All of that and more on the way.
But first, a little check of traffic right now. Enrique Garcia, Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe, Bill, thank you. Goodyear with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 303 southbound near Camelback Road. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound near Lower Buckeye Road. And a look into our service streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 2nd Street and Roosevelt Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low expected to touch 58. Tomorrow, sunny and a high of about 87. 90s on the way. We're going to talk with a meteorologist tomorrow night about that. They should be here Thursday through the weekend.
Ugh.
Right? Oh. What? I didn't know I was getting sound effects tonight. No. Right now, it's 78 degrees in Peoria. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Well, the State of the Union is tonight. What are you hoping that the president will focus on?
More than 75% of Americans are interested in the State of the Union address, with 2/3 believing this speech is more important than in previous years, according to a new Scripps News Talker research poll. While that poll shows the economy, inflation, and immigration enforcement make up the top issues for Americans, it could be foreign policy taking up some of the spotlight. This according to political analyst Chuck Coughlin with High Ground, who tells Arizona's Morning News.
He's going to take a victory lap on the capture of the Mexican cartel member yesterday and how that's because they're respecting America again. He's going to mention Venezuela. He's going to talk about Cuba. I think he's going to talk about Iran.
This comes as the U.S. military continues to build up forces in the Middle East. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And, of course, you can listen to the State of the Union live right here at KTAR and the KTAR app at KTAR.com as well. All of that starting at 7 o'clock this evening. The Guthrie family now offering a $1 million reward for any information leading to the return of their missing mother, Nancy. In a video on social media, Savannah Guthrie, she says her family is still hopeful. In the same video, she also announces a donation of $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support.
Keep it here at KTAR for the latest on the Guthrie investigation. A full timeline, too, at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Well, following the Mexican military operation that killed the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, how much longer will Mexico be unsafe to visit? To explain is former Border Patrol agent and current Border Security Advisor Art Del Cueto, who joined Arizona's Morning News earlier today.
You're going in a different country. Like it's not safe right now, especially because of the cartels. And you have to remember, yeah, they took one of their leadership down, but they know who's going to take over.
Del Cueto adding that if there is a power struggle among the cartel, that would make the current situation much worse.
Quite frankly, it's been very traumatic, mentally, physically.
A man who says he was intimidated into dropping out of the election has filed a federal lawsuit.
Former candidate for Apache County School Superintendent Fernando Madrid was running for office in 2024, but says he left it behind after having rocks thrown at his house, a petition clipboard knocked out of his hands, and more in a 3-week period. The allegations are against Madrid's former incumbent opponent's husband, then Apache County Attorney Michael Whiting, and 2 other members of his office.
You've got an individual that took an oath, to protect people. And he did the opposite.
And Whiting also facing criminal charges related to the allegations and left office in 2024. Madrid's lawsuit seeks compensation and recognition his First Amendment rights were violated. Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Well, spring training continues for the Arizona Diamondbacks, who took on the Texas Rangers earlier today. The D-backs scoring a 6-4 win. Phoenix Suns back on the court tonight. They host the Boston Celtics. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Also at 7 is the ASU Sun Devils. They're on the road. They'll take on Texas Christian this evening. You can catch that on ESPN 620 AM. Number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats also in Texas tonight. They are battling the Baylor Bears. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Bit of a national look at the State of the Union coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. ABC's Avery Harper, their political director.
The State of the Union in any midterm year is doubling as a campaign speech. And some of the ABC News, Washington Post, Ipsos poll numbers, the president is at 60% disapproval. Majorities of Americans disapprove of his handling of things like the economy, immigration, and inflation pricing, which is something that he promised on the campaign trail. And so the question tonight really is going to be tone. Is he going to be trying to broaden his appeal to persuade voters in some of those swing states, or is he going to double down on some of the political red meat that energizes his base?
And what themes can we expect tonight, Bill?
The theme of President Trump's speech will be America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected, a reference to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. The president's expected to unveil several new measures to address affordability, including one negotiated with top tech companies. It will require them to pay more in electricity costs in communities where they're building new AI data centers. Electricity prices are up 6.3% in the past year, according to the latest government data. Karen Travers covers ABC News, the White House.
We'll also be carrying the Democratic response as well. Here's what you can expect there.
She's going to lean into her national security background, the fact that she was a former CIA officer, and she's going to be trying to frame Democrats as the party of stability in the face of some of the volatility that we've seen as we've seen the Trump administration go on.
You played a clip a little earlier tonight as well. We spoke with Democratic strategist Matt Grodzki last night, and he said, expect a lot of gaslighting from the president. That's his opinion. But both him and Emily agree there's not going to be one version of President Trump tonight. It's not simply going to be calm. It's not simply going to be off the rails. We're going to see a lot of emotions. Obviously, we know he's going to talk about the economy quite a bit, but we are going to see all types of President Trump tonight on full display.
On a lot of different issues.
I think we will from the Democrats as well. I think they love to try to goad him into seeming unhinged, and they like to try to bait him and get that reaction. We've seen him and Senator Kelly go back and forth for months now and play off of each other, and I certainly think we may see some of that as well.
I would agree with you. Well, in fact, we will be hearing from Senator Mark Kelly tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News.
Coming up, how can you protect yourself from online AI scams? We're going to speak with an expert, and another reminder coming up at 7, we'll take you live to Washington, D.C. for President Trump's State of the Union address, and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:34.
Join KTAR and Arizona Sports April 12th in Tempe for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of ASU Sun Devil football. Celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. New this year, the post-race Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food truck alley, and the Expo Marketplace outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today to honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Reaction to the State of the Union address on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Joe Huizenga, along with Bill O'Neill, in for Becky Lynn. About 1 in 5, that's almost 50 million Americans, have lost money to an online scam. And the technology is evolving, but the core prevention advice really isn't changing. Scams are the second highest crime fear among Americans, second only to identity theft, and ahead of all other forms of crime, including being burglarized, mugged, anything like that. Joining us right now is Eric Shen, the inspector in charge of the Criminal Investigations Group for the United States Postal Inspection Service. Inspector Shen, how can I identify an AI scam? What are some of the things I need to look out for?
Well, again, thank you for having me. As the Postal Inspection Service, we have been around for over 250 years. We investigate over 200 different federal statutes, a lot of which involves financial crimes. And how you can really see these scams evolve throughout the years is technology. As technology has evolved, like AI, it has become harder and harder for you to kind of differentiate the other. But as far as tips and tricks, stays the same.
And obviously, you know, these scams, they do take a toll. $12 billion in 2025 lost to these scams. That's an amazing number when you think about it.
That is quite an amazing number. And we actually think it's underreported just because when you do become a victim to some of these scams, there's some shame involvement in that. And a lot of people do not come forward. And that's why I'm actually here today to really talk to your listeners to make sure that they do come forward if they do fall victim. It's not to be ashamed, and it's something that we can then utilize them and to help us investigate these cases and then empower them to be fraud fighters for future consumers to not be scammed by some of these schemes that we're seeing.
Eric Shen, the inspector in charge of the Criminal Investigations Group for the USPIS, joins us right now. So what red flags should we be looking out for?
So if you're getting, and I'm sure you gentlemen both have gotten text messages, emails from various sources that just looks a little off, looks like it's from an actual investment firm when it really isn't, because there's some misspellings, very small little details that you don't normally would catch. Those are the things that you should really look for in the red flags. And then some of the other scams we're seeing, romance scams. If you are on a dating app and the person you're speaking to all of a sudden wants you to talk to them or connect with them offline, or if something of urgency all of a sudden comes up and they need money. Those are some of the red flags we see when it comes to these scams.
Inspector Shin, you know, we think about a lot of times we just kind of think that it's older people that are getting caught up in these scams and are losing their money. But is that really true? Is it just older people? Is it really all of us?
It really is all of us. Scammers target anyone and everyone. They're out to get money. So they are going to go after as many people as they can. So we are starting to see a trend of younger adults being victimized, being involved in scams, especially like cryptocurrency or technology investments. Some of those latest and greatest technologies that come out with big investments with little or no risks. We see a lot of those, and we see a lot of younger adults being targeted for that. But older adults are still targeted just because they do have the financial means, they have the retirement, they have jobs for years and years and have savings. So scammers are going to target them especially hard just because of that, the money that they and the opportunity that they have there.
So what can someone do to protect themselves then? What are the best tips that you've got?
Well, I think the first tip is do not click on anything when it comes to an email that looks somewhat sketchy, if it's something from what you think is your bank, contact your bank with a phone number you know. Go to the website that you actually trust. If it's a text message, same thing. Do not click on those text messages. If it's from someone, as far as what we're seeing now with AI, phone voice cloning. So you're gonna get a phone call that could sound like a relative. Again, an urgent matter that they need money. Double check that. Take a step back, take a deep breath, and then actually call that person with a number that you have that you trust.
And if I haven't done those things, if I have clicked on something I shouldn't have, what do I do then?
Like I mentioned earlier, don't feel ashamed. It happens to the best of us. I have family members that have been scammed before. The main thing we want you to do is stop communications, keep records of everything, keep track of everything as far as transactions, if any of those occurred, and then report it to us as soon as possible at uspis.gov/report. And then contact your bank, stop any payments that you can. And again, collect that information, all the contact information, communications you have with this person, report it to us, uspis.gov/report. And the sooner we're able to start investigating it, the sooner we're able to potentially recoup some of that money. And if you don't have losses, still report it, because that, again, will help us identify additional trends and other frauds that we may not potentially see, or the latest schemes that we're seeing. And then we're going to be able to help consumers in the future not fall for those scams.
Eric Shen, Inspector in charge of the Criminal Investigations Group for the United States Postal Inspection Service. I have one more before I get you out of here. A special request from one of our multimedia producers. She had a package stolen. I want to see if you can help with this at all. What advice you have for her? She had a package stolen. It was from her baby registry, and it was right from her front door. Porch Pirate showed up. She's got Ring camera footage of this whole thing. What's her process to get the ball rolling and report that type of issue to the U.S. Postal Service or whomever she should report that to? What advice would you recommend there if you've got a porch pirate who rips something off from someone, but they don't really know who it came from because it was off of a registry? Do you have any advice there?
Yeah, I think the main thing is report it right away to us at Postal Inspection Service. We do investigate anything when it comes to mail theft and parcel theft. So uspis.com/report, that's another place. And especially if you have video, because she's probably not the only target. There potentially be other people on that street that have had their packages stolen. So the more information we're able to gather from various people on that street, from the areas, we probably already have that target or that suspect that we're investigating, and we're working with local police. So the main thing is to report that complaint and make sure she mentions she has video, because that's always very helpful for law enforcement, and we can really collaborate with local law enforcement and investigate that matter.
Inspector Shen from the United States Postal Inspection Service, thank you so much for joining us tonight, talking about AI theft and AI crimes, what people need to watch out for. We greatly appreciate you joining us here on Arizona's Evening News.
Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
And let's get a check right now on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe, Bill, thank you. Goodyear with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 303 southbound near Camelback Road. A look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Alma School Road and Pecos Road. And Phoenix with a crash on 75th Avenue and Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Valley weather, tonight's low upper 50s here in Phoenix, highs in the mid to upper 80s tomorrow. Right now in Santan Valley, 74 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up just minutes away now from a pivotal speech from President Donald Trump, his first State of the Union address during his second term. Catch it live tonight at 7 right here, 92.3 FM, the app, or at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 6:47.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Bill O'Neill in for Becky Lynn. Top stories this evening. Arizona and 14 other states suing Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over the CDC's new vaccine schedule. State Attorney General Chris Mays says a January memo removes 7 childhood vaccines from their recommended status.
That's why we are asking the court to declare this new vaccine schedule unlawful, to vacate the illegal ACIP appointments.
Mays and Secretary Kennedy also fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, ACIP, the expert federal panel that has guided U.S. vaccine policy for decades.
We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
The Guthrie family now offering a $1 million reward for the return of Nancy Guthrie. The 84-year-old Tucson woman has been missing for 24 days now. Still no suspects have been arrested or identified in this case. And we are less than 10 minutes away now. President Donald Trump addressing the nation live from Capitol Hill, his State of the Union address. Listen on 92.3 FM, the app, or on KTAR.com.
You ready to trade a couple stories back and forth here from the news, Bill? Do a little news volley?
Serve it up.
All right. So a Maricopa County probate judge is in some hot water after she was caught on camera hugging a convicted felon in open court. The Arizona Commission on Judicial Conduct found she violated 3 rules, including showing bias. Initially, the probate judge admitted hugging this man, convicted of financially exploiting his 97-year-old mom, talking about how wonderful he looked, discussing bucket lists, and the quality of In-N-Out French fries they say was inappropriate. But the judge, Vanessa Smith, is pushing back on a reprimand. So I believe that I'm going to make you the judge in this case now. So you're the judge here. Which side are you coming down on this one? To hug or not hug this guy who swindled dough from his mommy?
Oh, if I'm the judge, I'm not hugging this guy at all. Even if I think maybe he is repairing himself and trying to do better in life, this is not the time or the place in front of the court.
Yeah,
it's just not right.
Apparently, mom was not on her deathbed, but obviously 97 years old, and mom was incredibly wealthy. And this gentleman was asking the judge questions, and she was trying to give him tips in terms of getting back in touch with mom and how to repair that relationship
and that's
as well.
all fine, too.
But you say not to hug.
No hug. If he needs a little advice on, hey, I'm really, really sorry. I really want to repair stuff with my mom. Your Honor, any idea on how I can go about it? Sure. Give him advice. Absolutely. The hugging, no.
Okay. All right. No hug.
No hug.
Bill, not a hugger. Noted.
Circle K is suing a Scottsdale store manager and the Arizona Lottery over a jackpot ticket worth $12.8 million. A customer ordered 85 tickets for the November 24th, 2025 drawing of the pick at the Circle K on southeast corner of 56th Street and Bell Road. Now, after the clerk printed out all of these tickets that were requested, the customer paid for only 60 of them. That left 25 tickets that were set aside. One of those did hit the jackpot for what was the 4th largest prize in the pick's history. Store manager Robert Golitza realized one of the leftover tickets was the winner, allegedly purchased them for $10 from another employee the day after the drawing. Now, Circle K has filed a lawsuit against him and the Arizona Lottery, asking the court to decide who owns the tickets. Joe, did he do any wrong here buying these tickets?
So part of me says, heck no. You know, $12.8 million is a ton of dough. But so you said a couple of key details there. So this customer orders up 85 tickets, somehow only buys 60 of them. And then so he realizes, so there's 25 tickets set aside. One of them hits the jackpot, and somehow he realizes there's leftover tickets. So was that after the drawing that he realized, hey, one of these hit that we printed out? In that case, I would say that's a little shady. And I would say the store, or maybe if I'm the Arizona Lottery, I say, hey, guess what? We're going to avoid that because the customer who actually ordered these didn't buy it. You bought it after the jackpot went out. So, no one actually bought the tickets that you printed. We're going to make that null and void, and nobody gets this $12.8 million.
You'd have to believe that he had checked those tickets somehow, because who buys old lottery tickets?
Right.
No way.
Yeah, so, and that's the thing, too. So these were all printed out and then just sitting there. But so that's my question. If you're a store and you print out 1,000 tickets and somebody comes by and says, oh, I changed my mind, I only want 50, as a store, are you supposed to, obviously you can't just give them out to people, but are you supposed to burn them? Are you supposed to shred them?
Send it back?
How do you send it back into the machine? That's the problem. So I would assume if you print out a ticket and no one collects it at the time, that's a voided ticket, I think. And, if I'm the judge in this case, I say, hey, that money's actually going to stay with the Arizona Lottery. We're not going to reward it to anybody here. Because the ticket wasn't purchased by the person who originally ordered and requested the tickets. It's not like if you order food at a restaurant and you decide, oh, I don't want that, they're not going to go to the table next to you and go, hey, you want this burger? You can't really do that.
Actually, it usually gets eaten by the people who are working at the store.
That's different. But that's different. If they're just going to eat it, they're accepting the liability. Then they work there. In this case, you can't just take the tickets. Otherwise, we'd have stores all across the country printing tons of tickets. Be like, hey, look, we won. You can't do that.
No,
that's not going to fly. So I think that the judge has to void the ticket, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll see.
But if I'm that guy, man.
That's kind of a bummer.
More than kind of a bummer, almost $13 million. That's a huge bummer.
Yeah.
You want one more real quick here, or you want to jump to Arizona's morning news and what we've got?
Well, let's go ahead and jump to head to Arizona's morning news.
Let's see what's coming up tomorrow.
On Arizona's morning news.
On education.
A new Arizona bill introduced in the House could create a new tax credit system for education dollars to be returned to families not using public schools or the voucher program. Joseph Palomino with the Arizona Center for Economic Progress says the problem is unlike the voucher program.
I think one of the main ways we see this bill being different is the ESA program, the way it's written, there are guardrails within that program. This tax credit has no such language.
KTAR Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer will have more on this story tomorrow morning beginning at 5 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey. And let's leave you tonight with something a little different. How about this? Prediction markets let people bet on pretty much anything out there, including tonight's State of the Union address.
How many times will President Trump use the word America in the State of the Union? How long will the speech run? And who will attend? Even the color of the president's tie is available to be wagered on using sites like Polymarket and Kalshi. Advocates say the wisdom of crowds provides insight on world events, but critics, including several state governments, say prediction markets are just gambling platforms and should be regulated as such. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And we did see the president leave the White House. Looks like the tie was red, by the way, so those bets are set.
I just wrote down red tie, Bill. I wrote down. That was my guess, red tie. Can I still get in on the number of Americas? I'm going 12.
12 Americas? Oh, so you're going low.
You think that's low?
I think.
What was the number that they had for the over-under on Americas?
I did not see an over-under on America, but my personal over-under is going to be about 60.
60? Wow.
Assuming he speaks for about an hour and 20 minutes.
You think every minute, roughly, he's going to say America?
Well, every 3 minutes, sure.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot of Americas that you expect to come up then. What were some of the others? I know it was the tie, the number of Americas.
The number of Americas, the tie, who will attend.
Who will attend? I mean, I think you're going to see, obviously, all of the GOP will be there. I've heard some of the U.S. hockey team could potentially be there. I know they were touring the White House earlier
I know some of them they're invited for sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, I guess, who will attend? That one would be a tough one. I don't want to delve
President
too much
Trump, he'll be there.
I saw Vice President Vance as well. I see Melania there and Barron as well. No Chad Benson show tonight. Instead, we're going to take you live to Capitol Hill for President Trump's